Hello and welcome back to Ion Radio here at AdeptiCon. Hello everyone, I'm Ken and welcome to the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship here at AdeptiCon. We are broadcasting live from the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center here in Schaumburg, Illinois. Along with me today is the normal set of Ion Radio crew members. Next to me is Garrett Vance. Adrian Valerie is our courtside reporter. John Thomson is still playing, and Ryan is also playing, but not in day two. So this is going to be exciting. We got the top 26 players from yesterday, Garrett, that are now here live, playing on, what would that be, 13 tables. And we've got an interesting matchup for us today.
That's right. We're entering the, this is the playoffs, right? We're getting down to day 3 tomorrow. We got day 2, top 26, best of the best, cream of the crop players right now. And we've got a really exciting match to start off here first. We have a community favorite. We've got Angry Ewok, Adam, as everyone knows him. He's from South Carolina, and he qualified at the Las Vegas Open. And he's been playing this Rebel fleet for 4 years.
That's a long time.
This is a famous fleet, and it's a well-known fleet. His opponent today is going to be from the UK, Manchester, Reese Agadabai. He is known on Discord as Agata Raptor. He qualified at the Birmingham UK qualifier. Birmingham. Yeah, I think that's how it actually says it. Birmingham, yep.
Birmingham, yeah.
Yep. And he's been playing this Galactic Republic fleet for 3 months. He's only been playing Armada for a year and a half. And this is a phenomenal, trajectory for him and skill build-up. And, he's just trying to, like he says, he's just trying to put the Republic on the map. So I'm a huge fan of him. This is going to be extremely exciting. And we got to, I don't know, I'm pumped. We're ready to go. It's the morning. I've had my coffee. I'm ready to do it.
Garrett and I are hyped up on caffeine. One of the things that I'm going to mention in terms of Garrett has gotten so excited at the fact that there is a Republic fleet on the table. So let's go ahead. Speaking of fleets, let's take a look at the fleets. We're going to start with Angry Ewok. I will go over that one just because, that's a Rebel fleet. I'll let you talk.
Let's do it.
The Republic fleet. So Angry Ewok has his Akbar Air Force fleet. Akbar is on an assault frigate Mark II-B with Intel officer, Kakin and Sholin, electronic countermeasures, and enhanced armament.
Oof.
That's a lot of firepower there.
That's a lot of reroll.
There are 2 CR-90s. One of them is Jaina's Light. Both of them have turbo laser reroute circuits. We are going to see a lot of damage getting rolled using those evade tokens. 2 GR-75 medium transport flotillas, both of them with ComsNet. 4 squadrons, Shara Bay, Tico Celshu, 1 A-Wing squadron, 2 VCX-100s clearly being used for the strategic, and 2 YT-2400s will roll up everything.
And you know what? A 10-point bid. All right. Starting information from the table here. Let's go over the Republic fleet real fast. All right, so this is Reese's fleet. He's got 2 Venator 2s commanded by Bail Organa, who's sitting on a lifeboat of a consular armed cruiser. All right, we'll go over this first Venator here. It's got a clone navigation officer in the officer slot, ordnance experts, the favorite Spat-Ts, thermal shields, external racks, XI-7s, and Tranquility. Best title in my opinion. Venator 2, Adigalia, ordnance experts, Spat-Ts, thermal shields, external racks, XI-7s, and the Resolute title. On that consular, we've got, we've got Bail Organa, like I said, the Radiant 7 title and munitions resupply on there to keep those Spat-Ts firing off, and 4 V-19 Torrent squadrons, and a 15-point bid. He does not want to get messed around here with objectives.
All right, so we're going to go to the table now. We can kind of see a little bit. We're making decisions here on what objectives we are going to be playing. Most Wanted, just got that in.
So Angry Ewok Adam here is first player. And Reese is going to take second player. He chose Reese's most wanted objective. Extremely exciting. We're going to see which ships get picked to be the objective ships. I'm going to make that extremely clear. Wow, this is exciting.
This really is.
Ready.
I am pumped for this game. And as I said earlier, clearly so is Garrett. And we're going to switch back to overhead view here now so that we can see deployment. We're going to go ahead, and as soon as ships start going down, we'll remove the bar here.
Absolutely.
A little camera flicker. We're going to take care of that, folks.
Taking a quick look here. Let's see here. So as we know, those thermal shields work best against large dice pool work, and what we have on the stream today is those TRCs and the assault frigate is going to be adding dice potentially. It's not going to be as easy to get rid of that stuff. But what we're doing right now is we're getting set up with obstacles, and it looks like we put them in the middle of the board there, approaching the right side of Reese's. And right now, we're getting our first ships put on the board. It looks like Adam has deployed a GR-75, of course, off the bat, and I'm sure he'll be expending his squadron count here to take advantage of his deployment activations. As far as pass tokens are going to go, I want to say Adam's got 5 ships, is that correct? And Reese has got 3, so Reese should get 2 pass tokens to utilize during this game.
I think you're correct. So here we go. We're taking a look at what we're doing. Players taking a look over the head, making sure that everything's going to get put down in a way that's going to be advantageous with the most wanted situation.
Yep. All right, we got our first 2 squadrons out on the board here. Look like A-wings from my perspective. Could be Tycho and Shara, possibly.
And thank you everyone in chat letting us know that we have good sound. We appreciate that. While you're in chat, keep in mind we are watching the game. I would make sure our cameras are placed here. So if you have a question, feel free to leave it in there, but bear in mind we might not be able to get to it right away.
Yep. And then if you could, drop a like on the stream so we can get this pushed out further. More people watching these huge games of Armada today.
And huge thank you for everyone watching. We've been enjoying seeing everyone participating. And let us know what you guys have been thinking of Worlds. We've got 2 days done. Well, 1 day of LCQs and 1 day of Worlds Tournament proper. But we also, guys and girls, we're in day 2 now. And keep us posted. Let us know what you think.
So here we go.
So a question came out on stream. Why is not game 1? I'm assuming you're meaning table 1. The table sorts in terms of what was being listed was not necessarily the ones that were initially given, so they did some swapping around here, was my understanding. We also do not always have table 1 on stream. In this case, we wanted to make sure we were able to showcase a Republic fleet.
That's right. We want to make sure that the content that's going to get viewed is as exciting as possible to keep everyone engaged and make sure that we show, the different kind of play that's happening. The players here are Adam, Angry Ewok on Discord, and Reese, who's known as Agata Raptor on Discord. Those are our players. Yes, that is the Reese fleet. So, while they're getting finished up deployment here, I wanted to go over some stats from yesterday.
Let's go over some stats.
From the top 26 that made it in. Now, there was a slight change, and one player, I think, fell, and then we gained who got 27th in, so we added an Empire player. But these are the ones who took top 26 yesterday. We had 10 Empire fleets, 8 Rebel, 5 CIS, and 3 Republic. And let's do an Admiral breakdown here. For the Empire, there was 2 Moff Jerdrods, 4 Ramadis, 1 Ozzel, and 3 Sloans.
Oh, see, now I'm happy about that 1 Ozzel.
Well, he's kind of our friend. A little partial,
who
right?
doesn't like Ozzel,
That's
right?
And then for the Rebels, we had Riken. We had Kraken with 2 fleets, Akbar 2 fleets, including the one today, Radis on 1 fleet, and only 2 Agates, which I was actually surprised.
I was expecting a little bit more with Agate. Riken, although that's Black Admiral's fleet, is in. And I am rooting for Kraken, but I don't think either one of them is doing it the way I do with MC30s. I think they're flying CR90s.
That's right. And then for the Republic, only one Admiral made it, all three Bail Organa. And he is an excellent Admiral with that command token into command dial flexibility. Now listen, the CIS I think is the most surprising here. We had one Count Dooku, one Martuk, two TF-1726, and a General Grievous fleet that made it. I went and spoke to him this morning, and I told him he's got to win the whole thing because people are always dunking on Grievous, and here he is, day 2 cut Worlds. Also, another fun fact, as we all know, all the top 5 Empire fleets that made it were all Onager based, and then the others were ISD, Architon, Sloan types. And I wanted to say the top 5 fleets yesterday that made it was, number 1 was Empire, then we had 3 Rebels, and then Reese came in with the Republic. So that was, just some stats from yesterday, which is really interesting. And looks like we're getting ready to finish up deployment here. I think there's only like an A-wing left to go. And he's getting his assault frigate exactly where he needs to be. Got it. Akbar and Jaina's Light still getting positioned. Understood. That's from our courtside reporter, Adrian, doing a fantastic job, looking professional with his notepad. Extremely exciting. Man, those Republic Venators are looking peachy on the table from my point of view. All right. So I want to see if Adrian can tell us which one of these ships has Tranquility on it, if it's the top left or top right one. The one more closer to the board is Tranquility. So the one on the outside is the Resolute. Absolutely great. I'm sure this C-70, this consular, is going to make sure that it keeps its distance. He doesn't want to lose that Bail Organa on there. And pretty soon here we're going to find out which ships are going to be the most wanted. Let's find out soon. All right, we got some stats from the board here about what speeds everything's deploying at. We'll go over Adams first. He's first player, of course. His assault frigate's deploying at speed 2. His 2 CR-90s are blazing out of the gate at speed 4, and the GR-75s are going to calmly keep their speed 2 to keep their comms net tokens at a distance but safe. Reese over here, he's got both his Venators flying at speed 2 and his consular speed 2. He's taken a much more conservative approach here to make sure that he can predict where these Rebel ships are going to fly into him. I'm sure he knows he's about to get swarmed on his flanks.
I'm going to agree with you there. I think this is going to be a tough fight.
Yep. Now, what I love about the Republic Venators with these Spat Ts is it makes those. Got it. Okay, so we just got the ejector ships in. The most wanted for Reese is the consular, and then the assault frigate, of course, is going to be Adam's most wanted ship. And of course, most wanted allows you to add an extra red die into your attack pool when attacking it, I believe. And what if it's destroyed? I believe it doubles the price of the ship without the upgrade cards. We're already starting to get a crowd around the table here, checking things out.
Armada is one of those great games where you can easily watch it from a spectator perspective.
Yep.
Where everyone's kind of, they want to see the ships on the table. And Armada has such presence, first of all, not only because of the ships themselves, which look outstanding.
Yes.
But you also have just this presence in the size of the table. You have 18 square feet of battleground.
You do.
And that's a lot when you think about these little plastic spaceships.
It is, especially when we got a fleet. These people are ready to fight. We've got an obstacle set up in the middle. I just wanted to point out, Adam's got some beautifully painted ships for people to check out.
Here's our handshake.
Great. Yep. Start of round 1.
We are ready to go into round 1.
Who's going to activate first? Okay, we're getting things settled here. Making sure all our tokens are in the right order. He's getting out his ignition tokens.
Well, there are those ignition tokens. Well, we've got the spats, so it's going to be fun to see exactly what we have, how many.
All right, we're getting kicked off here with the first GR75 revealing a navigate command. And remember, he is moving at speed 2, so he could adjust here, add some clicks to make sure he gets between these CR90s. And he is on the move.
Moving forward, there's that first move, speed 3.
Pushed it to speed 3 immediately. I'm really excited about these. So these V19s, you know, for a generic squadron, they're pretty great. They got 5-hole, good dice pool. Engineering token, all right. Coming off the consular. And I think that's for the munitions resupply.
I think you're right.
Let's see here. And he's going to take a nav token. So he must have revealed a nav command and then pop munitions yes, parts resupply, or no, he's got munitions resupply. Ah, yes. All right, he's getting ready to move here on the Venator. All right, back to Angry Ewok here, Adam. Looks like he's going to move his
Probably another transport.
GR75, I believe.
Engineering token on the GR75. So it was right. You're going to use those first 2 as padding and then start moving the CR90s and that assault frigate in.
Thanks for the shout-outs, guys. We appreciate you all watching.
No, hopefully we're doing enough coverage here to help you guys follow along with the games and allow you to help you with your own discussions amongst yourselves. And for anyone that's at home watching, and I know we've got a few people that are gathering with some friends and family to watch these streams.
Yeah.
So hello to all of you, and thank you so much for joining us.
Here we go. Here's that munitions resupply popped on the consular. He reveals a nav dial. He's going to send those tokens over, prep those SPATs to get refreshed.
And let's also remember that that is the most wanted ship.
That's right. He's going to keep that out of danger as much as possible. You know, typically when you see these fleets, somebody's flying a Pelta, but that consular gives you a lot more room to move out of the way of danger with its speed 4. A Pelta can really get trapped.
You know, it can. And when you start looking at your maneuverability charts on a consular ship, right? Speaking of consulars, we've got a nav with one of Angry Ewok's.
CR90s. He's moving up. He's taking a token. He's prepping himself for some speed variability. I'm sure he's going to try and confire with him.
That I wouldn't doubt. But as I was saying, when you look at what a CR70 can do, so the consular class, at speed, you're pretty much doing.
All right, the other ship is going to navigate, the other Venator.
You're looking at being able to have one click on each yaw joint, except for the second one, at full speed. Now compare that to a CR90 where the first joint is the one where you're moving forward. You have no yaw on that first joint, but then you do have 2 at the final. So the CR90 can be a little bit more maneuverable at the end of its move, the C70 at the beginning. Now that's jumping up to speed 3 on that Venator.
Yep, he's getting ready to get them tokens prepped and where he wants them to be. Hasn't deployed him yet, of course. Assault frigate is going to nav.
Now this is Angry Ewok's most wanted ship.
That's
this is
right.
the one that does have Admiral Akbar on board.
Akbar, enhanced armament. He's going to be throwing a lot of dice at that side arc. We're going to see some definite use of tranquility to try and redirect them shields. And Adigali, I believe, also is a redirect officer.
I completely agree. I think that's going to be an interesting use of defensive capabilities.
Yep. She allows you to push the redirect, I think, to an opposite side shield. Jaina's Light reveals nav, takes a token. And of course, we all know Jaina's Light does not care about obstacles and does not care about obstruction.
So I'm going to bring up Adigalia's card on stream now, just because this is a card that you don't see all the time, and it is one that has a lot of text. So let me go through it for you guys while we're watching this first turn movement. So Adigalia while defending, when you suffer damage from an attack, so it has to be an attack, you may suffer up to 1 of that damage on the shields of a hull zone adjacent to the defending hull zone for each defense token you spent during the spend defense token step. If you do, suffer any remaining damage on the defending hull zone. So for example, if you take 4 damage and you brace, and you, in addition to bracing, you salvo back, you've spent 2 defense tokens, you effectively get to redirect 2 damage to one of your adjacent shields, which is kind of a neat thing to be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, you could take no damage on the shield that got hit and take it. So if you get hit in the front, you can push both, 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and keep your full shields on the front and get that sweet salvo.
Yes, most definitely. I think we're moving some squadrons here.
Yeah, it looks like we've entered squadron phase. Now, I don't anticipate these V-19s to win the squadron battle, but I do anticipate them to really slow them down for a little bit.
I'm kind of agreeing with you. I think we're going to see a little bit of a speed bump.
Yep, he is putting them on obstacles to take advantage of his destruction. All right, we got 2 squadrons moving from Adam here. Looks like the players are having a good time. Jovial, laughing, you'll love to see it.
Now, definitely, we've got 2 competitors here. First of all, I think they're grateful that they got through that first full day.
Yep.
Which is always, that's tough, that first day, because you're going from a large field, and only about 30% makes it to day 2. And, you know, the first game, it's not going to be as stressful, because it's let's get into it, let's see how everyone goes. And I think we're going to find a lot of games midway through. Troy, thank you so much. We appreciate the support. But hey, with color commentary, I think that is 100% Garrett.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, Ken. We know who the champion here is. And, of course, we can't do it without our man Adrian out here in the field. All right, looks like we're moving a couple more squadrons here. I think next turn, when those Venators move, they're going to get those Spatees out. What? Adrian's making jokes out here.
One question that has come up in previous chats is how do we select who is on the floor and who's actually commenting during the streams? And, you know, it's kind of a, we're going into round 2. It's kind of one of those fun things where what we opt to do is, in this case, you know, Garrett was excited that we got a Republic fleet.
Yep.
So he wanted to be able to talk about it, so he's in the booth here. And sometimes it's fun to actually be out at the table where you get basically literally the player's eye view.
All right, we got munitions resupply got refreshed here.
During the status phase of turn 1, we'll make sure we make that clear. But, you know, again, sometimes it's where does someone want to see? If you're up at the table, you're the courtside reporter, you have the exact same view as if you're playing the game.
Yes.
So that could be exciting in certain circumstances. I'm a little envious. Yesterday, Adrian was courtside and got to see how close some of these measurements are.
Oh my gosh.
And we're in the booth, and you know, it's fun to be in both spots. So we'll be doing a little bit of rotating around.
Thanks, Social General Rob. Appreciate it.
I'm going to get my next job on ESPN.
He's going for it. He's making the application now. All right, we got Adam here. He's doing a lot of thinking. He's got to time this right with how his ships are going to move. Remember, Reese has 2 pass tokens to utilize here, which is always important when you have an ignition shot. That matters where ships land up. But he still hasn't put any tokens out yet, so he's buying his time here.
Trying to figure out what he wants to do. But, you know, this is a tough situation for the Republic fleet, although you have Spats.
Yep.
You have Akbar with all those extra red dice that are going to come at you. So my sportscasting voice, huh? I'm going to have a little bit of fun with this while we're deciding what we're going to do. So this is what I'm going to say about my sportscasting voice. The Republic fleet is on the defensive and pushed to the brink as war rages in the much contested Outer Rim territories. Chaos and fear mount as the Rebellion army wages an epic battle against the heavily outnumbered Republic ships in the far reaches of the galaxy.
I'm getting chills, Ken. I'm getting chills.
Senator Bail Organa is moving his Venators in position to make sure to attack Admiral Akbar.
All right, we've got our first activation. We're sending a CommsNet engineering token over to the assault frigates. Sorry, they're all whale-looking round ships out there. Let me tell you, the rebels and their squids. This guy.
Garrett dared me to do that for an entire stream match. I'm not going to.
His throat would die.
Oh, God, my throat's already hurting after doing that for, 30 seconds.
All right. Oh, we have spent our first pass token. One left. And remember, you can't spend pass tokens consecutively. You have to activate
Correct.
a ship after the first pass token.
So the standard TRC 90, not the chainless light one. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. It's not great, but it's not bad. I have fun with it.
All right, we're making our movement here. He's going to jump way over to the other side of the board here.
Hey, if we could be entertaining, folks, that's everything we're asking for.
I mean, that's the goal here,
yeah.
right?
But we also want to make sure that everyone is aware of what we're doing with the board state and everything else.
All right, so he's definitely moving in for this flank maneuver
Look at
here.
Speed 4 move.
I got to say, though, he's got to be careful. Ooh. Those side arc ignitions can really reach out and touch you.
That will ruin your day.
Yep.
That really will. It's 5 blue dice and a black one.
And a black if you're in close to that token.
A blockade run game. That's going to be tough. I don't know if we have anyone with blockade run selected.
I don't
Probably
think so.
not.
I played it one time.
That would actually be pretty difficult to film, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, with you'd have players walking around the table. It'd take a while. It'd be fun though.
Here we go. All right, we got a reveal on one of the Venators. Resolute has navigated. Of course, these Republic ships are not very maneuverable. It is critical that they are able to move in a way that doesn't really box them in. They don't have the greatest navigation chart. I like to throw Clone Captain Silver on a lot of mine, just for the peace of mind.
He's a lot of fun when you actually can really get your speed jumping by 3.
Yep.
Front shots.
Here we go, front shot. It's time to gather dice. This is from the Venator. We're gonna get the dice over here in the dice pool. No worries, everybody. So this is a long range shot. We got a critical and an accuracy. Adding in an accuracy. 2 accuracies and a crit. So he's gonna block. No evade, no redirect. So he's gonna take a shot on the side of that assault frigate. 1 damage. Oh, it looks like we had the Venator 1 cardboard on there. We flipped over to Venator 2. I gotta tell you, I've done that a million times.
Oh, if I had a nickel for every time John and I did something like that while recording, and then we realized it halfway through, and then at like turn 3 we realize, oops, and then we flip it. And occasionally someone catches that.
Usually if I do that, I always mess up my flak. That's the only thing I don't have memorized in all the ships.
So there are a couple questions that are coming up about passes.
All
so
right.
we're gonna talk a little bit about that.
Wow, so he's still moving this Venator at speed 3, and he's gonna come up on the side of this assault frigate. Now listen, this assault frigate is deadliest at long range. He is gonna have a massive dice pool, but if these Venators can get in close, they can really, really hurt it. These assault These assault frigates are not invincible once caught.
No, that I'm going to agree. But they're also tough ships, too, in terms of everything.
They are. They have a great suite of defense tokens.
They do. So here's the rules on pass tokens, just so everyone's aware. So when it is your turn to activate, if you have any unactivated ships, you can pass your turn by spending a pass token. And that token then goes away. It's a 1 use only. You can pass under the following conditions. If you are the first player, you may pass your turn if you've activated at least 1 ship, so you cannot pass your first one. And then if you have fewer unactivated ships than the second one, so that's a second condition for you to be able to use a pass token. If you are the second player, you can pass your turn if you do not have more unactivated ships than the first player. You cannot spend a pass token on consecutive turns. So that should hopefully clear a few things up.
All right, on the game board here, we've got the ignition token put out for that SPAT-T out the front of the Venator arc here. He's hoping to chase down this assault frigate. And hitting that rear arc of that assault frigate with 5 blues, if he locks down that redirect token with accuracies, he's going to have an issue. I believe he does have his electronic countermeasures, though, on the assault frigate. Is that correct? Is that the defensive retrofit?
I do believe it is, yes.
He does. That's good insurance for Angry Ewok.
Oh, well, it gives you that opportunity whenever you get that, when you need that brace, you can use it. It's the refresh cost. It's kind of a one-shot, one-trick pony if you're not prepping for it.
Correct.
Squadrons on the GR75.
Activating squadrons. Here we go. Yes, this is a, we wanted to show off a Republic game today to make sure all the factions made it on screen.
That's right, Garrett. We want to be fair not only to just the players, but we want to be fair to the fleets. So one of the things that was asked is, can we see a GAR fleet on stream? So we talked to the judges and asked, can we make sure we get one?
And game 1 is the best time to do it.
Right. And we...
All right, all right, shooting at the torrent. Shara Bay into torrent. We got 1 damage. That's 4 hull left on it. All right, Tycho's going to take his shot now.
What can Tico do?
Tico?
Yeah, it's Tico.
Tico?
I'm going to call him Tico. You can call him Tycho. I'm going to call him Tico. But that's because if I don't, I get yelled at.
Here we go. Wow.
Very accurate shot.
Not the shots he's looking for.
I mean, he's been at the gunnery range. That's for sure.
That's sure. All right, now we're going to move this ship around here. And remember, this GR75 is moving at speed 3. All right, we're making some decisions here. He's making some measurements.
Yep.
All right, he's going to mark this guy out of the way.
These are not the shots you're looking for.
Making some great use of some markers. All right. Put his regular CR90 back. Or is that Jaina's Light, Adrian? That is Jaina's Light. Jaina's Light is on the left there. That top CR90 is just our TRC 90. Yeah. I gotta tell you, if I was to make a version 2, I would just type that into the title of the card. I would just call it TRC 90. Pass token? We have passed.
Another pass
Good
token.
move.
There we go. So
Good
I
move.
think we're out of pass tokens
That is
now.
the 2 pass tokens. This was the time to use them.
Right.
These are not the shots.
Thanks again to the chat. You guys are definitely helping keeping us engaged. Although there's a lot of action on this table. I'm sure round 3 is going to be a devastating dice roll.
This is going to be an exciting game. All right, Adam's making a lot of. I can see the wheels turning in his head right now. Now remember, he's extremely experienced in this fleet, and he's been in this situation before, I'm sure. I gotta tell you that
TRC is on the CR90s.
That Venator really caught up with that assault frigate fast. All right, so Jaina's Light is going to pull a navigate command. It looks like he is going to use it. I believe he's slowing down at speed 2. He's making his decisions here. He's checking what can happen. He does have a token, so he has the ability to adjust those speeds. That's correct. Adam is first player. Playing into Reese's Most Wanted. Right, I believe he's looking at maybe just reducing speed by 1. Interesting, but that is Tranquility over there. And he's going to get an extra red die when he shoots at that consular, but the consular is not activated yet, and that consular is going to go jump right over that Venator.
Look at that.
And say, see ya.
Well, you have enough speed on these things, and they're highly maneuverable ships. So,
Yep.
I mean, the CR90s are going to be easy to do.
All right, Jane is at speed 3 now. We're checking arcs, distance, and everything on this Venator here. That's Tranquility. Consular has revealed to navigate. That is the right command, in my opinion. Probably gonna have to move this Venator out of the way to get this accurate. I see Adam there is checking where this ignition token is gonna put him at risk. Remember those spats have a medium range, All right, good sportsmanship here. Adam helping make sure that that marker doesn't move and everything stays accurate as possible.
There's been a lot of really good sportsmanship.
So good, so good.
And especially when we're dealing with this level of tournament play,
Yep.
where you could be in a position where you may have a opportunity to take advantage of a mistake your opponent makes. And we have seen more players say, no, it's fine, you know what, go back, do that, we understand. Everyone's
Yep.
been very fair. And you know, this is great because it showcases how wonderful the Armada community is.
Hands down best community to play games with.
It's outstanding, and I have to hand it to everyone that's been on stream. And we had an opportunity to walk around some of the tables watching games yesterday because our third round game ended very early.
Mm-hmm.
And again, same thing, all tables, you know, people were letting folks know about potential missed opportunities.
Yes.
And I just hats off to all of the
They want these games to be as fair as possible.
Right.
They don't want to feel like they took something, they stole a victory.
Completely agree. And, you know, it's not just the 80 players that were in LCQ, but we had, what, like 40 some odd that were in, or 40 that were in LCQ and about 80 that were in day one yesterday.
Yes. All right, looks like that assault frigate is finally making its moves. He's gauging where it's going to end up. He needs to take his shots first.
He's really kind of figuring things out
He
here.
really wants to know where he's going to end up. Now, remember, he's going to get salvoed. He's
Akbar
gotta-
doing a nav,
He's
not firing.
He doesn't want to take that pain bow salvo is what he doesn't want. He doesn't want to risk that actually not popping up. Because a red, blue, and a black can cause a lot of damage in that rear. Yes, that is
Yeah,
Reese.
that is Reese.
Oh man, he's making some decisions here.
Now
Reese has really positioned his Venator well.
Keep in mind, folks, there is a slight delay between what we're saying live and getting to you. It's about maybe 5 to 7 seconds.
Yes.
So keep in mind, if you put something in chat, we'll respond back. But we're watching. And,
Like a hawk.
Yeah. This is probably one of the things that I've been noticing during the entirety of the competition. The maneuvering is everyone is being very precise, checking all of their options.
Especially with squadron play too.
Yes.
Where these squadrons end up, it really matters. All these triggers, who's engaged, unengaged. You really see the professionals here.
Yes. But you would expect that with the number of top tier players we have.
Ooh, I think that still puts him at close range of that ignition token.
Could be.
He is going to put that
He
PCX.
opted to not take shots this round.
He didn't want that salvo, I'm telling you.
I
that would
think
have been
you're right.
bad in the rear. No one's measured yet here, but I'm really curious to get a confirmation on that close range. Squadron command. Oh, he's moving those. He's moving those V19s. You love to see this.
Bringing them in.
Wow, he's taking the initiative. I'm excited to see which he attacks. I'm guessing Tycho, because Shara Bay's, her counter is just the worst.
Well, if we look at, again, let's go over the squadron list. We have 4 V19s on the Republic side.
Yep.
The Rebellion has the 2 VCXs, the 2 YT2400s, 1 A-Wing, Shara, and Tico. Here we go. We're going to start some dice rolling action.
All right. Here we go. 1 damage. As attacking that lead CR90 there. He's trying to decide how he wants to spend his defense tokens. Looks like he's taking it on the front.
Wow.
All right, the Venator's going to send in another V19.
Probably do the exact same thing.
I would think so. Black Non-Bomber, what a great combo.
Yeah.
Black Non-Bomber, lots of hits.
Well, 75% chance, I believe.
That's right.
Yeah, there's another
damage.
one.
And another damage. He did evade that to try and get
that
it.
That was an evade, correct?
Yep, evade reroll.
Oh.
And he is going to redirect it. He's bringing in the 3rd squadron now.
Let's see if we get another hit.
He's going to check if he's in that
This will be his 4th
range.
die roll, so in
go.
theory, statistically, this is where a blank would come in.
There it is. Yep,
Yeah.
as predicted. Still, I'll take 2 damage off 3 V19s.
Completely agree. Looks like we're going to take a side shot.
Definitely going to take this shot. Side shot into the front of that CR90. Wow.
3.
3, and he's already spent 1 of his evade tokens. He will probably cancel that double. He burned the red evade.
Ooh, wow. There goes an
to
evade.
Cancel both those die.
Don't want to take any damage on these.
So we're seeing movement now. It looks like he has dropped to speed 1.
Speed 1, maybe?
I believe he is going to hit this asteroid.
Yeah. The question is he going to hit the asteroid and the C-70?
If I hit that asteroid, I got to tell you, projector missile line is in my future.
You and John.
Yep.
Me, on the other hand, it'll just be a structural damage or, cannot attack at long range. Things that are going to prohibit me from doing well in the game.
That's actually a better move,
Yep.
I think. I would rather have a face-down damage card than a critical.
So there we go. Boink, boink. Consular and the Venator.
All right, the Spat ignition token has been placed, and he is going to get shots with it.
Yeah, I think he will. There we go. Hovering at close range.
Wow. This Adrian's over here. That's an Imperial move. He's right.
Well, to be fair, doesn't the Republic become the Empire?
This is the birth of the Galactic Empire.
An angry
All
Ewok
right.
reviewing the board.
Yep, he's got some
making
decisions to make. Yep. Now we still are in round 2. I think a GR75 is what he has left to activate.
A couple people gathering around. A few more. We've got about 10 people watching this game live.
We do. Lots of excitement. Okay, he's making his measurements here. Or maybe that GR75, did that GR75 activate? Adrian, does he have any ships left to activate? Squadrons? Squad phase?
There we go.
So we got 2 damage into a V19. I believe that takes it down to 2 hull left.
V19s have 5 hull, though.
5 hull. I think he's only taken 1 damage from Shara.
You might be right. That's right. I forgot about that.
Tycho whiffed. One damage.
2. Was that 1 or was that 2? Looked like 2.
I believe just 1. 2 crits and a hit. And that was at a YT 2400. And I believe that is the only unactivated Republic squadron. Yep. And so we're going to bring in what looks like probably the generic A-Wing squadron. so
Make
it's
an
going to
attack on that V19. Let's see what happens.
I think it can only move. Yeah, it's got the 2 VCXs left to move.
Yep, so we're not actually attacking.
No rogues.
Is the spat in range of the CR-90, or can Assault Frigate go first?
I believe that CR-90 is not in medium, but I would have to see a measurement stick.
Round 3.
Round 3, spats have been refreshed. Jinx. You got me more coffee.
I don't know. If we drink too much more coffee, we're going to...
yeah, let's get that T4 link. 1 second.
Too much more coffee may not be a good thing. I mean, we're hyper enough as it is.
I like it. I like the jitters. Yeah, Adrian's drinking it. We're drinking it. Let's go. Keeps me locked in.
There you go, Molly Flop. We will pin that as well.
There you go. All right, we're getting command dials all set here.
Command dials being set. Looking at our squadrons, V19s on the Republic side.
That's
Shara
correct.
and Tico, A-Wing, some VCXs, and some YT-2400s.
Very thematic Rebel cell.
You know, I was going to say, this is very much kind of what you would expect out of a Rebel cell, and what you would expect out of a standard Republic assault fleet.
That's right.
And about the only thing missing would be the laser fire on screen.
If only. Not quite there yet.
No, maybe that'll be next year's.
Okay, he's making some hard decisions here. I think he really wants to conserve this assault frigate from that close range ignition shot.
I think you might be right.
But if he leaves, I mean, that assault frigate will be, you know, not in a position to take any great shots.
So Peter Saber's asking the question, which ships are the objective ships? We're playing Most Wanted. Angry Ewok is activating his GR-75 with squadrons. We're going to see some squadron action here in a second.
Yep, we're taking our roll
in
here.
fact, here's the first one.
2 damage. I think that is going to, it eliminates that V19, exactly what he needed.
And the 2 objective ships, the Assault Frigate Mark II is one of them, and the Consular is the other one.
Okay, Tycho's coming in here to lock up these V19s. He's going to take a shot. He's trying to make sure he's only in range of 1. Okay. Oh, that was, he shot and moved. Okay, this is the squadron of this shot. All right, here comes our second squadron. Shara Bay's moving in. All right, we're gathering dice here. Here's our roll. 2 damage. That leaves that V19 on 3.
And then we're going to get some movement.
Yep, GR-75's got to get out of the way of that assault frigate.
So the Assault Frigate, you know, that's pretty plain to see. The Consular is right next to the upper vendor. And also for everyone at home, while we're talking about this so that everyone knows where you're at, the Angry Ewok is on the bottom side of the overhead, and Reese is on the top.
All right, we're going to see a fantastic spat shot here in a second. I'm sure he's going to activate this Venator. I couldn't resist the temptation. Garrett will make the laser effects next one. Maybe. I'll get into my graphic design groove.
So here we go, Confire. We're going to see, here, we're definitely going to get a spat shot.
Yep, Confire dial, spat out the front.
Most Wanted.
He's trying to see if he can get that side arc. Yep. Because that is going to be the arc that Adam's going to try and put on him. All right, he's going to go ahead and start gathering dice here.
Now remember, with Most Wanted, while attacking an objective ship,
Here we go. So he's got a 5 blue black, and he has a Confire dial. What a roll.
Wow.
He's got the accuracies he needed. That's going to guarantee the damage.
Yep, that's everything. And 3 damage
All
going
right,
through.
he's going to confire, I'm sure, a black in. I think here it comes. There it goes, and the most,
There we go.
and it's the most wanted ship, and another double. What a roll!
Wow,
that
yeah,
is best
because
case scenario.
you get the most wanted.
Wow,
6 damage
wow.
with a crit. So it's funny. I was just about to talk about most wanteds. When you're attacking an objective ship,
He's ECM the brace.
Yep.
Electronic countermeasure the brace. It takes it to 3.
so you do get to add 1 die
He
of
takes
any
a critical.
color.
We're going to find out what this critical is.
1 die of any color that is already in your attack pool, you get to add.
Power failure. Power failure
Power
critical.
failure is the critical.
Let's take a look at that one.
Let's take a look. I'm going to pull that up for you guys in 1 second here.
What a shot.
Try and get that
His
in the spot where we
engineering
can see. Look
value
at that.
is reduced to half, rounded down.
That is going to be tough to recover from.
And this Venator is just going to keep chasing him down.
Yeah, and you're going to see another spat shot. And we already know that was refreshed during
right.
the...
and he's definitely going to take a turn here to make sure he can get front and a side spat.
Right. And if you can double arc that assault frigate, even taking an Akbar shot, now you kind of have to act on that.
That's a good point, Peter. I don't know if he wants to conserve that as the game's only in round 2. Okay, it looks like he's probably going to put that token out in front again, I would say, the way he's maneuvering here. Yep, that looks like the case. Yep, spat ignition token has been deployed. A speed 3 Venator is hard to get away from.
You know, I was just gonna, kind of talk about that. The Venator's got the speed. You've got the ability to throw that spat out, and it's dangerous, especially since you don't want to deal with either side or the arc. When you take a look, because we are looking specifically at Venator 2s, right?
Yes.
So your Venator 2 out the side is going to roll 2 reds, 2 blues.
Naturally.
That's a lot.
Yep. All right, so Akbar has activated engineering command. Remember, he has power
Looks like we're
failure.
putting
He only has
shields
half
up.
his points.
Yeah.
He's probably moving shields, I would assume. I would hope so.
Moving, perhaps, yeah.
That's the only way to spend those points now, because he's only got 4, so he's down 2
He's down
left.
to 2, so you can either add 1 shield, move 2. You can't recover a card.
He's desperately going to need an engineering token to refresh those ECMs.
It's going to be tough. But as I was saying about the Venator 2, you're doing a double rainbow. So 2 reds, 2 blacks, 2 blues out the front.
Yes.
So if you can get the spat out the side, that's still a devastating front shot. And even if you do a spat out the front, if you got a side shot, that's still a devastating shot.
He's guaranteeing these chase downs right now.
Courtside report.
All right, so he's moving 2 shields from the right side of the ship to the left side of the ship, and that's because of that power failure. Really, all right, we got a dice roll here. This is going to be an Akbar shot, because he does have that side arc. So
Thermal shields being used.
Thermal shields removes 2, and he's going to add in Akbar here. So 2 dice in. So he thermaled out 2 of the dice. Akbar, Kaken and Sholin gets a double. That's 4 damage. He's attacking the side of the Venator. Side of the Venator, so side to side.
We're going to see a salvo.
I believe so. This would be the time to salvo. He did get an accuracy to lock it down, which I'm sure he wanted. So we got 4 damage on the board right now. He used his brace for the thermals. Yeah, if he takes this assault frigate out, that is a lot of points. Most wanted ship. This is a phenomenal game to watch.
I think we've got a good match here.
Yep,
for sure.
A lot of excitement. All right, he's making a decision here. I think he's flipping tokens over there. Salvo and redirect.
So we're right on the salvo.
Get ready for this pain bow. Wow.
Now that assault frigate is worth another 72 points if it is destroyed because of the objective.
So he has enhanced armament. Enhanced armament is
Yes.
on the assault frigate. That's why he removed a blue and a red. All right, let's get ready for this salvo. I'm waiting for it. Oh wait, did he not salvo? Oh. Good sportsmanship there. He's about to move. Wow, what a salvo. He got an accuracy in there and 3 damage. Redirect defense token being spent. Did he lock the evade, I guess? He locked the evade with the accuracy. Did he redirect that to the front, Adrian? Redirected to the front. Redirected to the front. All right. He's going to try and move this assault frigate out of the way. He's going to have a really hard time escaping that ignition token. Man. All right, so he's making his move. All right, he avoids that.
Make
Man,
sure that transport doesn't get...
That looks right out of close range.
Wow.
Now, if he moves this assault frigate next time, he's gonna
be able to get away.
5 blues at that GR-75 ignition shot, though. He could lock down and really put some hurt on it.
No, totally agree here. Checking some ranges here. Yes, Peter Sabre does pretty much have to activate that first rounder. He's going to definitely eat.
All right, so the Venator 2 Tranquility has activated a Confire command dial. He's pulling all the right command dials up.
You know what? He really is.
All right.
Clone navigation.
Clone navigation officer. Man, he's got Angry Ewok in a tough spot here.
He does. And, you know, we have some opportunity here to take down some ships next round.
Ignition shot into the front of the CR-90. What a roll. He's got an accuracy, 4 damage in the critical. He's going to add in a 1 Confire.
5 damage plus the accuracy.
And remember, this is the CR-90 that lost its already only has 1 evade token. He accuracy the green evade. He just has redirect.
And looks like we're taking damage.
That'll be 2 on the side, and then here we go, 3 to the hull.
Crit is
com noise. Com noise, and I think that means to discard all defense or command tokens. Double check that for me, please.
I am pulling that up right now. So yes, you can reduce your speed.
Reduce speed. He chose. He's got to pick command dial or reduce speed.
Right.
This is a big one of the CR-90. This can really mess with it. He's reducing the speed. That takes his speed down to 3. Okay, that took him from 4 to 3. I got to work on my memorization of these damage deck cards. I got to tell you, I think I get it wrong every time.
Ramming the consular, staying in place. The amount of boinking going on here between ships is hysterical. Wow. Reese's rolls have been on fire. They really have been. The dice are with him today, at least for round 1.
Spat token, he's not going to move it.
This is incredible.
So that means he's making the same move. He rammed the consular, his own ship, and rammed the Venator again to stay exactly where he's at. This is a great use of that mechanic in this game. Wow. All right, so it looks like Adam's got some decisions to make here. He's going to activate that GR-75 flotilla. I don't know what command it was. We'll get some on-site court reporting here in a second. Navigate. Yep, he's trying to get it out of the way. He's trying to escape those ignition shots.
Apologies here in just a second. We are opening up the dealer hall. All of these roughly, I want to say they're 5-foot section walls that are 40 feet tall. are going to be going by. It will get a little bit noisy, but stand by. That'll be over with soon enough. You'll hear it again, I think, during our third round when they close the hall up.
I think so. All right, so all Reese has left here is his consular. He's going to reveal a consular navigate. I'm sure he's going to send out the Confire tokens, I would think.
With the munitions?
Yeah. Let's see. Looks like we got something going on here.
Not exactly sure.
I'm not sure what's happening. Oh, it's like we're moving something back. Looks like some more great sportsmanship in hand here. We'll get the word from Adrian exactly what's going on here.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't know. Oh, hold on. He's coming around. He's going to come explain it to us.
Great sportsmanship. Got mixed up between his GRs and actually went with that was a good spot. They have another one. So just a quick kickback. Reese, super cool. So yeah, let's just fix it.
Okay. All right. So what had just happened there was Angry Ewok confused his two GR75s and revealed the nav for the other GR75 that was supposed to be a squadron. So Reese is letting him take his ship back and revealing the correct command dial for the correct ship to do a squadron command. Phenomenal gameplay here. Phenomenal sportsmanship.
And here is a prime example of where you can have one player take supreme advantage of a mistake like this. And I think Reese wants to make sure that this game is played fairly, that all the correct moves are made, and even if it's potentially up to his detriment.
That's right.
So,
now both these players are, I don't know if anybody knows them in real life, but they are both incredibly nice.
yes, definitely.
So he's going to do the correct
hats off
move
to
here
both
now.
of them. I mean, both players here, outstanding.
So he's going to get this moved correctly now. All right.
Yes,
that's
so
what
we've
he
got two
wanted to do.
flotillas. If you look from the top of the screen to the bottom, we've got a CR90, a CR90. Then just to the left of that second CR90 is a GR75, and right by the assault frigate is also GR75.
Got it. Okay, so now we're going to do the correct GR75. So it looks like a double activation, but it's not what is what's happening here.
I'm going to go ahead and move that. That'll help you identify that you've got some flotillas there on the table a little bit better. That movement now on the consular to duck behind the other Venator.
He's going to land on that station and recover one of those damage cards. Beautiful
Look at that
move.
That is outstanding, brilliant, successful flying.
Now the only downside here is now our vendor is going to have to take a face down card or a face up when it hits that asteroid.
When it hits that asteroid. But
unless it makes a serious jump. I don't know what his plans are. His command dials have been perfect so far.
You know, well, again, when we start getting to this level of competition, everyone knows what they're going to be doing for the first 2-3 turns of the game anyways.
Yep.
And it's, as the game develops, it's 4 and 5 and 6s. If you have your plan, you're going to stick to it. The real question, this is where people get in trouble with Armada.
Yes.
When you're playing, if you decide to change your initial plan to react, it's too late at that point. Because of how far in advance you have to set your dials.
That's right. All right. So he's getting his Yep, we got everything getting straightened out here for the dial fiasco from earlier. So it looks like he's going to reveal an engineering command dial on the CR90 in the lead here, recover some shield or move shields probably. Remember, this CR90 has only got one evade left, one redirect. And he's got flak shot. Get the dice up here. Ken's fast on the buttons.
One hit.
Flak on the CR. I think that puts him down to 2-hole left. All right, next, that's a whiff. One more, and another hit.
One more hit.
That's 4-hole left on that V19. All right, he's going to take his move now. He is at speed 3, so he's going to probably use that token to make sure he can go back up to speed 4. Or maybe speed 2. I don't know. He's got that ignition shot to deal with, and that ignition shot is going to blow him out of space.
Mm-hmm.
He's already got damage, criticals. Oh. All right. Adam has moved to the other side of the table here to make sure he gets the right maneuver.
Really thinking through, we might be skirting very close to that edge.
Oh man, we've had one ship go off the table on stream these last couple days. It's always tragic when it happens.
Yeah, most definitely, and that was a game that was very close at the end, and I think that cost him the game, if I recall correctly.
He still won, but he would have had
it was
really
a much bigger
big
margin of
win.
victory.
Yeah.
That's right.
Lost a whole Rekison.
Yeah.
By a hair of a millimeter.
Yeah. Still not as close as the proximity mine in that Gazanti yesterday, but
yes.
I don't think it gets closer than that. Any closer and you're scratching the paint.
That's right. Okay, he's going to mark these squadrons and get them out of the way here.
Clear this up so people can see that a little bit closer.
Using the good old deployment zone marker method here. If you don't know, that's a great way to mark ships and squadrons with some tools you already have at your disposal from the core set.
Any of the starter sets, actually.
That's right. That's right, Social General Rob. Reacting to the other player usually always ends up to them controlling the narrative of the battle. It's hard to get back ahead once you're surprised by what the other player's doing.
But there is, if you're dealing with a bunch of small ships though, and you have a command of one,
yes,
you do have a little bit of leeway in that. But you do need to be able to think. It's like chess.
Yeah. Okay, so we're staying at speed 3. And wow, there's some. This is a tough choice. You know, he's first player, so he's gonna be able to pick which ship he's gonna save here. He might assume the CR90 is definitely gonna die and choose to save his most wanted assault frigate.
I would, because and here's why. When you look at his CR90s, I don't think that's the regular CR90, not the one with Jaina's Light.
Is the one in the rear.
So
and it looks like
Jaina's Light is gonna turn itself around, maybe.
It is disengaging from the battle, it looks like.
So that CR90 is worth 51 points. So if you destroy it, there's 51. If you take out that assault frigate, it's worth 212 points because of the most wanted. So yeah, you definitely want to save the assault frigate.
I think Adam's plan at this point is take out the V19s, lose his CR90, and try and take a 6.5 or 5.6 out of this.
Maybe. Well, there's still 3 turns to go.
There is.
Depending on
where it's moving.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a matter of, can he keep the assault frigate?
Yep.
Alive? Because now you lose 51 points, you're still in 6.5 territory.
That's right.
But if he can capture some of the V19 points, I think there's about 32 points, 48 points.
Yep.
In V19s. So we are activating some squads.
Here we go. Might see some action here. We're moving up to attack this V19. Gathering dice.
So they were rolled on the table. That's fine.
Moving for it. 1 damage roll for us. Moving up another squadron. The other YT-2400 is moving in.
Definitely moving quickly here now.
All right, 4 blues and 3 damage. That will definitely take care of whatever left on that V19.
Yep.
That's 2 V19s down.
Well, we were saying that the goal here now is to attempt to pad yourself a little bit in case you lose something else.
Right.
And I think if he could take the entire squadron ball out, he could afford to lose another CR90 and still get a 6.5.
I think he's just going to activate his V19s and not take a shot at Shara. Not worth the loss of that counter.
Oh no, I mean the Shara will just eat through
anything
that goes through it. That counter 3 and pretty much everything's going to count as damage.
Yep. All right, VCXs are on the move. And this is going to get us ready to go into round 4, I believe.
Just about. We got A-wings now moving off to the side. Not sure if we're looking to protect ships or if we're looking to...
This is a lot of point conservation going on
really
here.
Is. So we are now in the status phase. Cards are being refreshed, and we are moving into round 4.
All right, round 4.
So far, we were doing pretty well. We're at an hour and 15 minutes. There's about an hour left to go in this round.
All right, we're setting command dials now. So earlier when the assault frigate attacked that Resolute Venator, he had intel officered the salvo, and the Reese decided to pitch the salvo to get that amazing roll into him. Well worth it after he rolled 3 in an accuracy.
You know what, really?
Especially in that power failure.
Yeah. No, we're definitely looking at some great play here. Definitely thinking some of these moves out. If I'm going to guess here on turn 4, I think what we're going to see is Adam, Angry Ewok, activate that assault frigate, get it out of the way.
Yep.
So that it could save that. The the northern Venator is going to take out that CR-90.
Right.
And then I think we're going to see Janus Light move around.
Can we get that GR-75 with that Venator? He's going speed 3. I think that's too far of a leap to ram.
I think he could probably get it, but he'd have to make the choice between the CR-90 and the GR-75. You might as well go for the CR-90 because then that guarantees the padding.
The GR-75 next to the assault frigate there from Resolute. All right, we're ready to go here. He is, surprise. He is activated. Okay, the lead CR-90 that's going to get destroyed is going to go first. It's going to flag the V-19s. 1 damage.
There we go. There's 1. Next one.
That's both flak hits. So that puts those down to 3 or 4 hull left. All right, he's not taking a shot. He does not want to take that salvo. He's trying to make sure he doesn't get hit here. Now, if he doesn't have anything in range, that ignition shot will just go away and he'll be able to shoot however he wants.
So I think the real question here is going to be how close is that assault frigate? Because if we are within, I don't know that we're in close. Looks like it might be
this is a
medium.
Bail Organa fleet. Bail Organa.
My question is, can we do enough damage on the assault frigate? Take it out. That goes to 7-4, almost 8-3 territory.
If he got a magic roll on this assault frigate, they've got 6 hull, and he's already got a couple damage.
Right. I think 3.
I think so. Resolute. All right, here we go.
We kind of figured that was going to happen.
Definitely going into this GR-75.
And
he's doing something.
We're
oh wow, Reese is letting him spend his engineering token to refresh his electronic countermeasures. Again, super generous.
Wow, tons of sportsmanship. Again, this is where having that looks like it's close range.
The most wanted targets are the Consular for the Republic and then that assault frigate for the Rebels.
Which, from my vantage point, looks like it is within close range of the ignition token.
So it looks like we're doing some engineering repairs on this Venator. All right, it's time for this spat tee shot.
Reese looking over the board.
All right, we're going to go ahead and gather dice. He's checking his cards. Here we go.
Okay, here come the dice. So let's see what this roll is going to be.
Side arc, I believe. This is the native roll. He is in close range.
And there are 6 hits showing up right here.
6, most wanted die, 7 damage.
7 damage.
He needs some accuracies here.
Does
Although
need
he does the ECM, so it won't be as big of a difference. So he's probably going to brace the 3, or brace the 4. Okay.
Re-rolling one of the crits.
Re-roll with evade. Back to a crit.
Still a crit.
Wow.
Staying at 7.
That's some dice. Brace and redirect. There can't too many shields left. Brace to 4. The XI7s are on that Venator.
I was going to say.
He can only redirect one. Takes another critical.
The reroll was a defensive evade.
Shield failure, critical pulled.
Ooh.
Shield failure. That puts him at, I think, 4 hull damage now. 4 hull damage, 2 criticals, power failure, and shield failure.
This is a ton of critical damage that is coming in.
And that Venator is moving still very fast. He's going to put that ignition token out again. This assault frigate is in dire trouble. Yes, medium range.
Well, no, I think they're. No, that's a good question.
Oh, that is a good question.
Keep in mind, folks, that we are not judges. We are only spectators, so we cannot do anything specifically with the players on the board.
That's correct.
Now, how close is that?
With how generous Reese has been, I would give him a damage.
There's the spat shot.
Yep.
So Angry Ewok's going to have a difficult time getting away from this.
Either
Reese
way, if
is
he does
gunning
get away,
this down.
That GR75 is definitely dead now.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get a good shot on this assault frigate. Okay,
Akbar showing Nav.
Nav command. All right, he is going to take a Akbar shot into the Venator now. He's gathering dice. He is going to choose the thermal, it looks like.
Remember, we have enhanced armament.
Yep.
So accuracy in 1.
Yep. Intel the redirect on the Venator. Added in the Akbar dice.
That's 2.
Kaken and Sholin. Wow, there we go. There's the doubles he's been looking for.
And maintains the accuracies. There's 6 damage on the board.
That's 6 damage with an accuracy. Intel the redirect.
Looks like there's a salvo. I can't quite tell.
The salvo is gone. He ditched that in that first
you are
attack.
right. So that looks to be maybe a redirect.
He probably ditched that as well. So I think he's just down to his brace and contain now.
2 damage.
2 damage on the Venator. Oh, he did spin the contain. Let's look at the ship build real fast on this Venator.
That is an incredible Akbar shot.
Adigalia.
Adigali. The suspended move
that.
things, yeah.
Yep. And that really helped mitigate that damage. That is for sure. Adigalia.
I don't think that assault frigate is going to get out of range of the spat. It might. It would have, but then you're putting yourself.
It's just not. I guess he'll have to activate it first and run. There is no other opportunity or choice here. He has to run.
He's going to get hit at least with. I think he's going to retain being a close distance from the ignition token, probably be long-ish from the Venator itself, and obstructed.
Wow.
This is turning out to be a really fascinating game. Definitely a great way to start day 2 of Worlds.
That's right. The thermals work well on this assault frigate, even with Akbar, because he has the enhanced armament modification. So instead of rolling 5 dice, he takes out 2.
Yep.
So he gets 3 dice rolled. All right, he's making his choice here. He wants to get another Akbar shot on that Venator, because the Venator, it is damaged. There's no way around that.
Right. There he is, measuring that out. Doesn't want to bump the ships. They look to be maybe medium range.
It looks like medium range
from the ships, so. So I believe the other Venators being no, Consular with the nav.
has revealed a Navigate.
I suspect this is going to duck behind.
Munitions resupply. We got to make sure that we get these Venators their tokens to refresh those spats.
Those spats, exactly. And that's going to be critical to the continued plan that Reese has. And I think he's going to disengage that Consular.
Yep, moving out. Because that is, of course, his objective
It's
ship.
the objective ship most wanted. That's going to be pretty safe.
Risking any of that.
And I don't blame him for that. That's smart play.
Adam has bid farewell to the Consular. Bon voyage.
Jaina's light.
Navigate.
Navigate.
Looks like they're going to take some shots here. Flax.
There's one.
One.
The closest V19.
Second. And a miss.
That's an accuracy. Doesn't look like he's got a shot.
He's going to try and wrap around and take an Akbar shot at the Venator, Resolute.
Yep.
That might be too hard of a turn. There we go.
I think looking at where we are positionally, this is going to put us at the end of turn 4. He might have a shot in turn 6 against the Venator. This turn 5, I don't know that the Venator is actually going to be in range.
Yep.
Depends on how far he's running.
All right, he is going to commit. Yep. Speed 4, swinging around. There we go.
Yep. Yeah, that looks to be roughly 2 range rulers away.
He's hoping to delay everything. All right, so Tranquility has revealed a Navigate command dial, and he's going to take a painbow shot at that CR90 behind him. Now, he does need to check the ignition shot to that GR75, but I think that is outside of medium.
From the ignition token, yeah.
Yeah. All right, he's going to declare his attack here.
So it
No
doesn't
ignition
look
shot. He pulls that token up. All right, we're preparing the dice pull. He's measuring arcs. He's seeing if he's got long range. He does. It looks like it would be obstructed, though. Looks like just a regular side to side. 3 damage. He will scatter it. X-Rax. Oh, this is the CR90 out the rear. I'm sorry.
Yeah, out the rear.
CR90 out the rear.
Ooh,
that is definitely going to eliminate that
6
CR90.
damage.
6 damage, criticals. He has a green evade and a green redirect, but it has XI7s. So he will probably re-roll. Oh, he's spinning the combat token. He's fishing for this accuracy here. Another critical. I mean, this is good enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
here's the evade.
Yeah, the evade on those,
that takes care of that.
There goes the CR90.
CR90 is down.
So that is 51 points.
Wow.
Fortunately, that is not the objective ship.
All right, looks like we're continuing to move here. I think he's trying to avoid hitting any of those asteroids. If he hits that station, that'll be a nice bonus.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to have to disengage, but I think regardless of where he puts himself, I think he's going to hit one of the 2 asteroids. Yeah, he got one of them.
Yep.
Let's see what the
About
crit
to get
is.
his critical. Capacitor failure.
We are having some of the fun crits. I'm going to pull capacitor failure, put that up on screen.
So
if a hull zone has no remaining shields, you cannot recover shields nor move shields to it. And then if a hull zone is defending, you cannot spend redirect tokens. Now, worth noting, Adigalia, which is not on this ship, would be able to take care of that.
Yep.
So nav on one of the transports.
Yep. So it's moving itself out of the way.
A capacitor failure, I do not believe prevents projection experts.
Other GRs.
Let me actually look at the card one more time for capacitor failure. Cannot recover shields nor move shields to it. I believe, and don't quote me on this, I believe projection experts is moving shields, not necessarily recovering them.
That's what, yeah, projection experts is you pull shields either off yourself or another ship and can add that to your ship.
Yeah, so you're moving shields, not recovering
That's
shields.
right.
So the projection experts should still work.
Correct.
That's my ruling, but I'm not a judge. So
I am not Krajniak Derek Schultz. All right, he's going to whip around here.
Might overlap one of the squadrons.
Try and make some choices here. He's going to move him. He's definitely going to overlap him, so
Yeah, there's one squadron
Reese will
that will
get to
get
put him
overlap.
where he wants.
About to move here into turn 5 pretty soon, I think. I think we're just at squadrons now. I think the GR7 or the assault frigate is
Yep.
going to be
So-
doing okay.
Squadron phase has started for round 4 here. And he needs to clean these V-19s up. 2 damage, and that does eliminate that V-19. It got flaked to death earlier.
I think he's shooting at the other V-19 here.
I think so. We are now going to bring these YT-2400s to get damage on this Venator. If Adam manages to kill this Venator, that would be a huge swing in this game. All right, I believe these are blue. Yep, YT.
So Rogue, we're going after.
Black Knot
One.
Bombers, 1 damage onto the front of the ship. Redirecting that one. Okay. All right, now he gets to do his V-19. I believe he's just going to activate it. He does not want to shoot Shara.
No, I wouldn't.
Keep delaying the inevitable here. All right, this other YT is going to get moved in now. Black Knot Bomber again.
Well, let's see what we've got.
Yep. 1 damage.
1 damage.
Let's see what he chooses to do here. He's gonna go ahead and take the damage. So that's 3 damage on the Resolute.
Worth noting, Venator has 9 hull points, so there's 6 more to go there. Other squadrons getting moved around.
Yep. He's planning to use those after the Venator moves on to him.
Yeah. So the question is can those squadrons in 2 turns knock out the Venator? And I think there's a distinct chance that
There always
can
is.
happen.
That's right. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Now, I'm pretty sure that this first move is going to be that assault frigate.
Yep. All right, we are going to move into round 5 here.
We can.
Round
And
5.
we're going into round 5, right?
I'm not sure what Bale's command tokens are left. Adrian, could you figure out what Bale's command tokens left are? Bale Organa's?
We're going to ask, we've asked our courtside reporter to see what we have left with Bale and command tokens.
All right, he's swinging back around here. The assault frigate has almost no. He has a what? Bale has a nav and an engineering left. That assault frigate's got 4 damage on it. Power failure. We've got a short restroom break here for one of the players, and it's got like no shields left.
Yeah.
So it's got 2 hull and no shields. What a game.
This has been an incredible game. Here's a little bit different board state. We've been doing a lot of the overhead view for most of the game, but then a lot of the action's happening right there in the center.
That's right.
Venator does have a little bit of wiggle room, yes. We're in a position where, depending on what Angry Ewok does here, he might, if it was me, I would move that assault frigate to save the points, because that's worth way too many.
He has to. It's going to go first. He's going to take his Akbar shot, lay the damage in, and then run away.
Yeah.
But the dice could absolutely betray him here, even with Kagan and Scholin.
I mean, you are right. And, you know, again, thermal shields, knock it down in half, although not that much. I mean, we've seen what can happen
Right.
with
I was going to say,
these
Peter,
shots.
There's 2 Akbar fleets. 2 Akbar fleets in this top 26.
Still have some time going here. And Angry Ewok has returned to the table. Get an opportunity to look back at the table, or at the action.
He's getting his commands set up there to make sure they're correct. Round 5, here we go.
Do they have a dial? Looks like 5.
Okay, here we go. And we're getting our dice ready. Will he thermal? He will. We're at long range. There we go. Double and a hit. He's going to add his Akbar dice in. A couple
2
more
more.
hits.
That's 5.
5 damage off the rip. No Kagan and Scholin, of course. Let's see how he decides to do this.
Intelling
He's
the
gonna
redirect.
intel the redirect. I'm sure he's going to pop that thing off that ship. I believe he can Adigalia, maybe. He's going to take
And taking 2 more damage.
2 damage. So he's at 5 damage on the Venator. That leaves him with 4 hull points left. And he's measuring out where he's got to end up to make sure he avoids this ignition shot.
Keep in mind that the Resolute does have Adigalia, which will allow the Venator to move, depending on the number of defense tokens spent,
To shields on the
to
left
shields
and
on
right.
effectively act as a redirect.
Yep. Yeah, the salvo on the Venator's gone. He used that. Angry Ewok intel that after the first attack, and he chose to use it, and he used it to great effect and ditched it.
Most definitely. There
He
goes
has
that
moved,
vendor,
and that'll
really
definitely make
moving.
sure he's
Speed
out
3.
of medium
Yeah.
and out of long
and
range.
out of long range, so you can't shoot him there
So Akbar has escaped.
for the moment.
Woo.
Then again, all you need to do in round 6 is stay on the table.
That's right. Wow. That was close. Close but no cigar.
I've often said, though, you have to be very cautious before you decide that a ship is definitely gone. There's been one too many times where someone makes a slight mistake, and that's the end of it. But now here's a good question and decision for Reese. What is the right move here? Do you have to try and go for?
He needs to use his bail engineering,
Yeah, definitely use the bail engineering.
and he's going to take some shots at this GR75.
Yeah.
And then the Venator is going to disengage, I believe. It's 2 on fire now to go back into the fray.
I think you're right. And I suspect Reese here now is definitely... Okay, so there's no ignition shot. Con fire is shown.
Con fire from the dial, and he's going to spend a bail Organa
Engineering for bail.
engineering. Yep. So con fire command dial, bail engineering, and a token. He's going to recover 6 shields.
6
I'm
points,
sorry,
yeah.
6 points. 6 points. I got excited. 6 points. This isn't the CIS.
No. There's no Wat Tambor here.
Yep. Wow.
I'm really curious and interested to see exactly what he does. We're going to probably flak a bunch of these squadrons.
It looks like he must have been out of ignition range for that GR75.
Yeah.
That had to be really close.
Now, we are looking at just blue
Yep,
dice.
We're going to flak now.
for-
Go to the dice cam.
There's one hit. We got an
Not
accuracy.
there.
I know
One
they're
more.
counting out the fighters.
Next fighters, that's 1 damage.
So we'll just leave the little one up.
Oh, sorry.
That looks like another hit.
Yep. Now they got 6 hull.
Yeah.
They're not getting flacked to death here.
Now we have to move this beast. Matt Chestnut, you're welcome. One of the things we pride ourselves here on Ion Radio is that we are a family-friendly show. We want to make sure that everything that we say we can watch with family, friends, and there's nothing that we say, hopefully, that anyone finds
Absolutely. We're trying our best here.
inappropriate.
Keeping her clean.
What do we think? I'm thinking, Garrett, what do you think? I'm going to think about what I'm thinking, and then I'll let you.
What's the question here?
Just in general, I think, and how this game's going. Specifically, Akbar affecting the attack pool. Well, let's get the specific question here, right?
Yes.
Josh is saying Akbar affects the attack pool. They aren't additions like Confire. No, Akbar is an add effect.
That's correct. He's an
So
added dice. You
when you-
have to declare intel officer
Before-
immediately after you
Correct.
roll your first attack dice.
Yeah, so you will Akbar is adding 2 dice, so that is a dice modification. Intel would happen before that.
And this is why it's always important to, even if you're like, oh, I'm going to confire in a black, I'm going to do all this, never add dice until after you've rolled your native pool.
Correct.
Never add, and don't modify your dice until after you've added all your dice.
Correct. And that's key. You want to think everything out ahead of time.
Right,
Make sure
because-
that what you're doing is correct. There's a reason that there's an order and everything
So
in the game.
here's a great example. Let's say you got swivel mounted batteries on a recusant. You throw your 4 reds out the front at long range. You swivel in a black.
Squadrons
okay,
on
GR75 is
this
actually
GR.
a squadron, so we're gonna see some flak at this, or at this. I think Shara's going to attack this V19.
That's
One
hit.
damage.
Still alive.
I think we'll probably flak, possibly, or he's going to try
Do
to
they have
activate.
range there?
One damage.
One damage.
That's one damage on the Venator. He's going to take it on the shield. He's going to do one more squadron. What I was saying, if you had a command dial, con fire command dial on that rec you sent, you swivel in a black, you add that, and then you can add another black because it's in the dice pool already. So that's a good example of how to stack things. But you would have had to declare your intel officer after rolling your 4 red dice at the very beginning.
Now, keep in mind another thing, because this could be a misconception on what happens. We're reporting as we're getting information in. It is very likely that the players themselves are listing and stating that they're using intel, what they're doing, and then as we hear that, we're going to relay it back to you.
Yes.
So we might have already gotten the Akbar dice added. So again, don't necessarily rely on us for being very specific in terms of the order of the actual events. Things will happen. We're going to try and report as much of it to someone or you guys as possible at once.
And that's correct, Peter. Modifier upgrade cards, they're very specific.
Yes, when it changes the printed value. Consular's taking the nav. This is kind of hiding off to the end here.
That ship's left.
Adam moving his stuff around.
There we go.
There that goes. It's amazing how dirty an Armada table gets in the middle of the game.
Oh, yeah.
And by dirty, I mean just stuff.
You just take advantage of it, right?
Well, there's a lot of area that you're not necessarily doing anything.
Does the Vin have shields? Can we get a shield update, Adrian, on the Venator? Shield update? 1 second here. Adrian's going to take care of that for us.
And Adrian will be in the booth at the end of the game, because once we're finished of getting the scores and everything else, Adrian's going to come in and talk to us about his views, because he has a unique perspective.
That's right.
From you and me, Garrett. So he's going to come in and talk about what he saw and everything else.
Okay, so we've got no shields on the front, no shields on the left side, one shield on the front, and one on the rear, one on the front, 2 on the right,
one on the
rear.
right, one on the right.
Oh, geez, I'm messing all
One
up.
on the front, one on the right, 2 on the rear. So, of course, it's the side that
All
does
the
not,
squadrons are sitting on,
the
yeah.
squadrons are on the opposing
But
side.
the 2
there.
on the rear is going to be really helpful here.
So no, I don't think Jaina's Light's going to get a shot. Definitely not this round. I don't know. It's not. I don't think Jaina's going to get a shot. I think ultimately there's going to be one shot more against the Venator, and that's going to be the assault frigate.
All right. We are now deciding how to
I think
move.
it's the GR-75 that's being activated?
Yep,
Yes.
that's correct. He's just moving them. This ship has left the battlefield as well at this point now.
I think so. We're looking at the end game now. Thanks for everyone joining us here on stream. One of the fun things that I like to ask, and because we're in a kind of a semi-slow point here, it's going to definitely speed up in a little bit. Where is everyone from on stream? Go ahead and punch it in the chat.
I know Peter's from Poland. Yep. All right. so Tranquility is going to roll out of here.
Our neighbors to the north, Wisconsin, because we're in Illinois.
Wisconsin.
Minnesota,
So
UK,
UK.
California, Quebec, Nebraska, Grand Rapids, Michigan, San Antonio.
Chicago right here. Germany. Western Australia. France. Louisville. Hey, Joffrey. Nice to see you here, man. I know that guy. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
Shayna is doing a nav.
Chelsea Rob in Arkansas, of course. Toronto, UK. Molly Flop, still here.
Special shout out to our wives and family.
Holding down the forts at home.
We appreciate all of you allowing us to be out here streaming Armada Worlds and commenting on these outstanding games, and we thank you guys and everyone following along. Nal Hutta, that is a heck of a distance.
That is, Steve. I don't believe you at all, I gotta tell you.
I don't think the time frame it takes for our broadcast to get to Nal Hutta, I mean, that's got to be at least 45 parsecs away.
I don't even think he rates me on Nal Hutta. He's probably up on Nar Shaddaa with all the other non-Huts. There's 126 live viewers actually right now. Speaking of that, drop us a like, please, if you are watching the stream.
I think we're going to get some flack here, or some shots into the
Yep.
bombing run. So there's one. I think it's going to be a damage card.
He's going to take a damage card from it.
Yes, damage card taken. So that puts the Venator to 6 damage out of 9.
Yep, it's looking bad.
Nal Hutta is not a nice place to visit, but no, it's a nice place to live.
If you're
but
a
it's
Hut.
but not a nice place to visit.
YTs are going to attack
there's
now.
another
They're hitting that
hit.
unshielded side.
Yep.
He takes another damage. That's 7. That's not looking good for this Resolute. Consistent dice on these squadron attacks here.
Well, black dice bomber. Well, not bombers, but black dice. It's just your average roll on a black die is going to be 1 damage.
Yep.
And you know when
Chicago Star Wars. I'm inclined to agree.
I would say that, but today Chicago's more like Hoth. We had walking outside, leaving the hotel room in the morning, there was a nice layer of snow on all the cars.
A-wing into the side. Another damage. That puts him at 8. That's only 1 more damage left on that Resolute. What a big swing in this game.
Really?
From hunting down that assault frigate. Yep. From an assault on that assault frigate to losing a Venator here, I think. I think Adam's going to pull out a huge win here.
Refreshing cards. Moving on to round 6, I think, here.
Final round. And there's 25 minutes left in their game today, in this round. This game is moving along at a good pace.
It really has been.
Akbar has engineered. Now he still has that critical.
So here we go. We are really no thermal
thermals
shields.
this time. And I think that was the right call. He will brace that. But I think he is going to get him. Oh, he will
look
block
at the
that
doubles,
brace.
and there's the block on the brace.
That'll definitely take care of that Venator.
I think
that
so.
is hard to see. He is counting out the damage now. That takes him down.
Takes all of it. There goes the Venator.
Resolute has sunk. What a climactic end.
135 points.
Wow. Akbar escapes again.
That is definitely going to flip the score.
Wow. Yep.
I think right
And
now we're
now-
looking at just the
That's
last little
right.
bits here moving
I
around.
think he will destroy this V19 and add another couple points to his score, and that'll be it. Yep. Yep.
So Shara into the V19. There's 2.
2 damage, and I believe that will take it down to 1 whole
Yep.
point left. And he's going to move Tycho or the generic A-wings in. And all he needs to do is get 1 hit. And there it is.
There it is.
That takes care of it.
There's another V19.
And that ends this game pretty much. They just need to move their
Now
ships. and
that took care of all 4 of the V19s,
he
didn't
did.
it?
So we got the Venator and all 4 V19s. Wow, I gotta say, this game could have swung very differently had Reese not been so kind
Right.
with how he let Adam operate here. Very interesting. Yeah.
We'll let the game kind of finish up here naturally. Will Ion Radio do this at every Worlds? We don't know. We know we're doing it for this one.
We are, actively, right now. Getting a great rapport here with the developers.
Running the numbers, this is right. Depends on what the final score looks like, but I think you are right. Could be an 8-3. So I believe the score is going to be 183 to 51. We're going to wait for
think
confirmation on that. But that is a 132 point. That just gets in to 8-3 territory.
Wow. What a flip.
Definitely a great match, especially a good one to start with the first
Game of the day.
game of
Something
the day.
exciting. I hope everyone enjoyed watching this. I did. It was great to get the last remaining faction, Republic, on screen at least once. And yep, here's our official score right up here.
Did I have it right? 183 to 51? Yes, I got that one right.
132 MOV. So it's a 7-4, I think, actually.
Oh, you want to double check that, Adrian?
Oh,
No, wait, you're right. 140 is the 8-3, so we are just under the 8-3. We're 7-4.
7-4.
Because it's 60 and then 140. You're right.
Yes.
Because it goes 60 and then 80 for each one afterwards. So it's 60, 140, 220, 300. Yes. Like Tears in Hyperspace versus Tears in the Rain. I don't have any doves to release.
Absolutely.
They're verifying their scores. Nonetheless, I think this was an outstanding game, and I'm just going to congratulate both players for sportsmanship, for the way this works, in terms of how they played against each other.
This is top tier sportsmanship, top tier community building. They're
This
both
really
in good
is.
spirits.
This really is.
Crazy.
And we're waiting for Adrian, our on the floor court reporter,
That's right.
to let us know what is his opinions here on the side of from the side of the table, I should say.
Yes.
But until then, we're going to switch back to Garrett and myself to say hello.
miss-
We're going to.
See these bright, beautiful faces.
But hey, that was a fun game, everyone. Glad that everyone got an opportunity to watch, see this game. We really wanted to make sure we had a Republic fleet out on the table. So give me just a second. Adrian's going to come here. I'm going to sit down and talk to the players, and then Adrian is going to let you know his perspective on what was happening during the game.
Yes. Wow. Welcome, Adrian.
Hello.
What a game. That was exciting all the way through.
Wow.
I did. I thought the Republicans were going to pull that off. Reese made some incredible moves there with
Yeah.
those Venators in the beginning that really locked down Angry Ewok ships.
Yeah, one thing that I knew that you would be happy about how well the Republic was doing early on, and
Yep.
up until that last round, it was just Akbar, man. Akbar with those dice, some really great maneuvering, never out of the fight, bringing that CR around to threaten, but Akbar getting as first player.
Yep.
It's rough. I mean, the Republic had the big bid to go second, and everything seemed to be going just his way.
All the way up to round 5.
Correct. Absolutely. But yeah, I just got to say, amazing sportsmanship, like we mentioned before. Reese and Adam, both just amazing sportsmen. Whatever corrections needed, maybe it's the first game of the day, kind
Right.
of getting your rhythm. And these guys, gentlemen all the way around, and I think really challenged one another. There was lots of head scratching going on in between these rounds.
Yes.
Those Venators looked unbeatable early. They really did. But man, it's the power of the Akbar to kind of put on the brakes and turn and then throw a lot of damage.
Yeah, Adam made a gigantic gamble by not moving that assault frigate in that, I think, round 3 when he had him in the clutch there, and instead activated that CR90 to get behind the Tranquility.
Yes.
I thought it was over at that point.
Absolutely.
But he paid off. He got out. He got both the GR-75 and his assault frigate out of the ignition token space.
Yep.
And managed to just fly in all his squadrons and cut the Venator to pieces at the end.
Yeah, that was just, and you know what? A lot of credit too. Counting out the squads, maybe? Not
Yeah.
really. I mean, I could see that Reese was definitely not counting them out, but utilizing those squads to chip away at the shields that were being repaired. I mean, Bale, Organa. Yeah, I think I would just like that engineering dial, thank you.
Yeah.
Sure, okay. That helps a lot. But those squads chipping away, and then Akbar on top of it, adding insult to injury. These Akbar fleets with the CRs are tough.
They're hard to beat, and Reese, he deployed and navigated in a way that really took away, any. I don't think he shot a single Akbar CR90 shot in this round,
No.
and that's great flying on Reese's part. So,
Yep. And I think at the very end, you can't help with a big base.
right.
Getting cornered by at least one CR at some point. And at the very end, Adam was hedging his bet when he circled around with that final CR. If Akbar couldn't get the job done, he had an amazing roll.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong. But if that hadn't gotten the job done, he had the backup CR positioned to fire when the Venator moved in.
Yep.
Or even not moved in. They was in long range there at the very end. So, really, really, really great. And I got a hats off to Reese for those large bumping the consular moves.
I know,
That's some Imperial style stuff
doing
right
it
there.
twice in
I
a
like
row
it.
was
Yeah.
perfect positioning. It was
Yep.
insane.
Absolutely.
But man,
Yep.
that was wild. I
Yep.
don't know if the second game's going to live up to that.
I don't know, but you know what? It just goes to show you, no matter what you're watching on the table, it's dice, man.
Right.
Swingy red dice.
Well, because at the beginning, Adam's dice weren't good.
They were not behaving.
They were not giving him what he needed
Nope.
until the very end. He got the overkill, but that's red dice for you. They giveth and they taketh.
That's correct. And early on, you could see, like I said, Reese was definitely looked like he was in control and in a really great position. But it's the death of 1,000 cuts. Akbar CR.
That's right. And those squadrons, Black Nile bombers,
Black
are
Nile
just
bomber.
a real problem if you don't have a way to lock them down.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
man, I also want to compliment his use of command dials. Like every command dial he revealed on those Venators was the right one, and he
Yep.
always had the right Bale command dial on him too.
Yep.
Excellent execution. Just couldn't pull it out.
Yep.
Ugh.
Yep. Absolutely.
But
Yep. So.
and thanks again everyone in the chat who stuck with us through this game. That was a really exciting first one.
Yep.
Thanks Kyle there. Everybody else, and Matt McKinn does sound like Jim Nance. Man. So anyways, our players now are cleaning up, and we've got a few minutes here until the next round starts. And
Yep. They made good use of their time. I know the AMG rep came around and was saying that it was 25 minutes left in the round, and they did that sixth round in maybe 5 minutes.
yep.
So, we've got just a little bit of time, and then we'll see how they post stats, how many people are left, and get ready for the second game. Yeah, God, I hope it lives up to the what this one was. This was really a nail biter up to the very end because, man, and coming back from adversity, again, a shout out to Adam's flying. He stuck with it. Adversity early, right? But he, just knuckled down and got it done.
You could tell the panic was starting to set in about round 3 when he took that salvo hit and came up with the 3 hits and an accuracy. He was like, "Oh, this is a problem now."
Absolutely.
Man. Yes.
Hey, thanks for all the feedback in the chat. By the way, now that I'm behind the screens and not out at the table, I'm seeing all the awesome comments. Thank you, everybody.
Whoa.
Oh, nice.
James, again, thank you so much for your support of Ion Radio. That means a ton.
Yeah.
Coming in with the big 5, we just can't say enough. We appreciate everyone who drops any support.
Thank you
so much. We'll have to let Ken know.
Awesome.
He's over here.
Oh, he's right here.
He's happy.
Nice. Super good. All right, so I am going to turn the headset back over to Ken because, as was mentioned, his voice is like dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate, huh?
And I'm going to go quickly congratulate our players real fast, and I'll be back.
So I guess it'd just be me here to wrap things up. We are done with our coverage of the first match here of day 2 in the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship. So while we're waiting to see who matches up, I'm going to take a quick look at the tournament schedule to see who we have right now running. I don't think anyone has really signed in. No, I think we might be one of the first games that has actually been completed.
Wow. Yeah, everybody at this level, you can imagine that everybody's going to make as much use of their time as they can to maximize MOV so that they can move on. This is going to separate the men from the boys today.
Yes.
And then it's going to be Masters champion tomorrow, top 8. It's going to be exciting to see who can outlast.
I'm looking forward to the next. We have 6 more matches that we are going to be covering. 3 more today, and then 3 games tomorrow. I'm hoping we can see 6 fleets tomorrow, because that'd be great. But we're going to make sure that we try not to repeat too many people today that may have been on the stream yesterday. So we may not be doing Table 1 for rounds 2 and 3, but Table 4 will very likely be top table, unless there's a possibility of getting something that's real close for getting into day 3. So we'll be playing around with that and get back to you guys as soon as we can. So a couple things of note. 1, James Blackburn and Colm, thank you so much for the support you're doing, and clearly,
and Dooku. Thank
so
you.
I have the dark chocolate voice,
and apparently I've got the Dooku
you got
voice.
The Dooku
better than the Dookie voice.
I mean, yeah, you got that
voice.
Definitely.
There you go.
And addressing Old Guy 360, the ruler sets that we're predominantly using here were specially made for this stream, and we're doing that. Just make sure that we have a consistent look here on the channel for all of you guys at home. But we are looking at probably a few more minutes for this round, and I suspect round 2 will begin about 11:30.
That has typically been the case. 11:30 has been their target throughout the last couple days, so that's, 20 minutes?
Give or take. By the same token, though, with no one yet completing their table in the rounds, except for this one table, we might be a little bit behind. So we'll keep you posted.
Yeah.
We'll put the intermission up as we usually do. And update the time as we go.
Absolutely. In these tournament rounds, if your tournament round starts before the end of time is called, you can finish that round.
Right.
Obviously, there are going to be a few people hovering about from the official desk, making sure that there's not a lot of slow play going on, but they're going to encourage you to finish, but you can finish out the round.
So on that, we will go break to intermission momentarily. But again, big shout out to the entire Ion Radio crew, especially Adrian and Garrett, who've been here in the booth. Rock on, buddy. And good luck to John, who is still playing, and we will update you guys when we come back. So long, at least for now. From the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center in Schaumburg, you've been watching the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship live here on Ion Radio. Ion Radio is back on the air from the convention floor here at the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center in Schaumburg. We are back bringing you round 2 of the Star Wars Armada World Championships at AdeptiCon. And I'm going to state that is the 2023 Star Wars World Championships for Star Wars Armada. Adrian, you are back in the booth with me. Welcome back.
Back in the booth. Good to be back in the booth.
And Garrett is our courtside reporter. And John is still playing. Let's see, where is he in the tournament standings? Because I forgot to take a quick look.
Yep.
Looks like he suffered a loss, 4 points, but we're sure he's going to come back.
Yes. Yeah. He from talking with him in between rounds, I think he said he knew what he did. All right. I think we're going to start going over the fleets. Let's definitely do that. I think the reason that they reeled me back into the booth is because what do we have? Imperial on Imperial, baby. We got a list that you might have seen yesterday if you were watching. It's a double onager list, really good list. And it's going to face, wait for it, an onager list with demo. So, Gergerod versus Ramadi.
Let's get to the fleets, and then we'll update you with the players as well.
So, firstly, let's go over the Gergerod fleet. Yes. So this one is interesting. Onager testbed with Nita, ordnance experts, sensor team, and the red orbital bombardment particle cannon, the usual suspects that you would find on a testbed. Now the interesting part, Gladiator 2 with demo, of course, X-Rax, fighter coordination team, and ruthless strategists, and Agent Callus. This is a Gladiator that can punch you really hard, but seems primarily decked out to assist this squad ball that is included in this list, which we'll get to in a moment. A Raider 1, where Gergerod is going to be housed, with Darth Vader officer and Corvus to protect Gergerod. And then the squad ball, and a man after my own heart. We've got 5 fire sprays, Hondo Okona in the Ace Fire Spray, and Mauler Mythel for the punch. The fighter coordination team to get these Speed 3 fire sprays into the fray, very important. And if he needs to go all Empire and choke out some pilots, ruthless strategists.
So, like last round where Garrett was all excited that we had a Republic fleet and he was salivating at the mouth, we have Adrian doing the exact same thing with this list. It reminds me a little bit of the firepower of your favorite list with your TIE bombers.
I typically run a Sith-colored fleet of TIE bombers with ruthless strategists on 2 of my ships, just to make sure that I can do as much damage to myself as I can to my opponent. It's really effective. So there is a squad ball he's facing with Jason's list on the double onager side. Jason's squad ball is the Sienna Ree, Tel Travura, and Valen Rudor Lambda shuttle list. I think that the fire sprays, there are only 3 red anti-squad, so trying to get rid of some of these scatter aces is going to be problematic, which is why Ruthless is so important. The flak, the Ruthless, that's going to put some damage on these Imperial aces. Now, Jason's list, a reminder from yesterday, is the double onager list with Ramadi. Jason did a really, really good job flying, keeping himself obstructed. So it's an onager testbed with Ramadi, intel officer, sensor team, veteran gunners, engine techs, and then the red laser, the orbital bombardment particle cannon. The second onager, real similar, intel officer with gunnery chief Arnillian, veteran gunners, engine techs, orbital bombardment cannon, and Cataclysm. I'm so excited I'm stuttering here. And then he's got 2 Gozers, one with Hondo, because obviously you got to do the Hondo hijinks to get Cataclysm on that first shot, with Suppressor on that Gozer, and then the other Gozer is Darth Vader Officer Commsnet.
All right, that will go over the entirety of our fleets. We're going to go to the board as we are watching. We've already gotten into deployment. Our players are moving fast.
So, yeah, these guys know what they're doing. Everybody at this level just knows what's happening. They want to make full use of the round. The objective is most wanted. So after deployment happens, we're going to see who is going to get the extra dice thrown at them.
So worth noting, I'm going to go through our players real quick here. So Jason was on the stream. A lot of you will probably remember him as Jay Palmy. He's coming from...
Jay, I'm sorry,
Jay
you're right.
Palmy, yes. Coming from Houston, qualified in the Massachusetts Prime 2019.
Most wanted.
And yeah, he's been playing this fleet for 3 years. Looking at Sebastian, a lot of you will remember him or know of him as Real Veers. Hailing from Germany, qualified at one of the regionals, been playing this fleet for about a month.
Sehr gut. Yeah, this fleet looks like it's going to be something to contend with. It'll really be interesting to see how these onagers handle each other.
Most definitely. So we are going to continue monitoring chat. So hello to everyone out there in YouTube land watching the stream for the second round here. And
go ahead.
I figure a bunch more will be joining on as we continue moving forward.
Absolutely. Just comment in the chat. Yeah, for Jason's screen. Yes, absolutely true. The comment was made by Roulette that the scatters don't stop Ruthless or Mauler. Those are effects. So, yeah, that is a solid choice to get rid of some of these aces, especially playing against Imperials when the hull is so low. They've got great abilities, but man, you get Mauler moved in and then a Ruthless, you are on fumes.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. So we're going to do our best here to keep as much as we can on screen, maintain what we can do here with chat. So we're going to do our best to comment on both sides here.
Yep. Now it's going to be interesting to see this padding. Obviously, I think the deployment advantage is going to go a little bit to Jason. He's got the 4 ships as opposed to the 3, and so I think one of his onagers is going to go down last. So he might have a good shot, and obviously he's the one that's got the Cataclysm title. So he wants that Cataclysm to be the last ship. He's going to pick out if something is within range of those squads, maybe get that red splash damage and do some damage to those squadrons. Yeah, for sure. I love in the chat. Nice comment. Murder crayons. I think that is going to be a suggestion for Sebastian on what he should name his fleet.
Most definitely. I'm going to comment out on a lot of the paint jobs that we have seen out here have been incredible. We've seen some real interesting ones also in playing on stream and just walking around. The way people customize and personalize their fleets are great. I know you do it. I get realistic with some of my X-Wing paint jobs, which is kind of funny.
It is psychological warfare.
Now,
it is absolutely, Peter.
Just for everyone watching at home, because we are doing the top down, Sebastian Real Veers is on the bottom and Jason is up on the top.
Yep. So that bottom list is going to be the one. Obviously, you can see it right now with the Raider with Jared Gerard on it. Man, it's hard to decide what's going to be happening here. Obviously, Corvus can redeploy, so Jason has to keep that in mind. He's not taking the bait with that first onager, so we're going to see what happens. If he chooses to target the Raider, obviously he's going to redeploy it away from the Super Arc, but I think, I don't know, man, Sebastian's deploying pretty tight. I think that Cataclysm's going to point like right in between either that onager and the Demolisher and see what he can catch.
I think you might be right. Once we get the second onager out, I think is really going to start defining the story.
Yep.
So that's going to be I think the important part to be cognizant of watching out for.
Yep. And it'll be interesting to see what Jason chooses as his most wanted ship. I'm guessing that Jason's going to choose one of his Gozers, but let's see what happens here. All right, so we're looking at all the deployments on the onagers. Onagers. Onagers.
I'm going to start calling them onageries.
You should call them onagergerods in this particular
I think we should.
in Sebastian's
that
list.
Could be fun.
Onagergerod, yeah, love it. All right. Lots of squads out. Yeah, man, that seeing all those fire sprays makes my heart go smiley. It's going to be carnage. I tend to run a list that is a 6 fire spray new Vader squad ball, and I can tell you that not even having to command those ships and having to worry about those things coming up behind you. Any of these Martuk lists that tend to not have squads hate their day whenever these bombers go, and especially if you can get a bomber command center worked in there somewhere. It's a crazy good thing, and gets around PDIC, which is the bane of most bombers' existence.
This for me is absolutely fascinating, seeing the squadron deployment here, where you've got the squadrons kind of in a line there, protecting the Raider, and I don't think I've ever seen a deployment quite like that. And then on the opposing side, the Onagers flanking. This is going to be Onager against Onager firepower, and I'm questioning if it's going to be, how far into the game are we going to be before we start seeing some serious firepower?
Well, if Jason can get Cataclysm hijinks going, he will, certainly. And as I think I'm seeing here, he deployed right behind the station. And still, oh, there goes the redeploy on Corvus, way out to the side, out of the super weapon arc. I believe, even though I can't see the ship card, but I think I'm familiar enough with it. Cataclysm lined up behind the station on Jason's side. I believe that super weapon arc is going to catch the Onager and Demo. So we're going to see what happens.
Looks like it very well might. Yes.
We're going to see what happens with this, and with Ramadi obstructed by that station from way back there. I think we're going to see some fireworks on the first round.
I think you might be right. I'm really looking forward to this game. We have not had I don't think we have had an Onager versus Onager game yet.
Not yet.
So, Onager is clearly part of the meta that have been a kind of a staple to Armada since their release.
Yep.
And I love seeing the ships. I don't think they're necessarily the worst thing in the game.
Okay. Looks like Most Wanted looks like he just put a token on Demo. So that's going to be interesting. I don't think that's a bad choice. Demolisher is going to be maneuverable.
It will be.
It's going to come in close, and you want to kill that thing before it can dump those X-Racks into your side for just all the damage.
Yeah.
I think Garrett's coming in. Oh, there's the handshake. Garrett's coming in with the speeds. Yep. Okay. All right. So Gunnery Chief Varnillion on the Onager with Ramadi. That's Cataclysm. Has an accuracy on it, which we've seen before. Makes perfect sense with a super weapon shot to be able to trade that out to lock out some tokens. Most Wanted is the Vader Gazanti on Jason's side, which is at the top of the screen, and the red Demolisher on the bottom of the screen is the Most Wanted ship for Sebastian. Looks like all of the Onagers are deployed at speed 2 on the table, and all of the Gozers are deployed at speed 2. Is that right? Yep. And all that's deployed at speed 2. Oh, and then speed 4 Raider. That makes sense. All right. So,
setting dials.
Setting dials, getting ready to go. This is going to be, I'm expecting Hondo to get popped and get some Cataclysm action going on here in a minute.
We're going to find out. This is going to be an exciting match. This is Table 1.
Yes.
For round 2.
Yes. I know Ken had mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. Sometimes we may not have Table 1 at Table 1. In other words, the top ranked 2 playing at Table 1, because we want to bring you a variety of the fleets that we're seeing here. So we will obviously let you know if that's not the case. But in this case, it's the top guys.
It is top guys.
Top guys.
So, in fact, actually, if we take a quick look at the tournament standings here right before we start moving into play, Hondo being...
Yep. As we thought, Hondo popping some tokens out so that we can get Cataclysm activated.
So Jason is currently first in the tournament standings, and Sebastian is currently third. It's just the way matchups work. This is how they get assigned their tables.
All right, so Jason took a Confire and a Squad token. That means Nav and Engineering going to Sebastian. He might need that Engineering token. Yep.
Ignition token.
He's definitely putting that out, trying to get as long as he can. Oh, I don't think he's going to be able to get Demo. Is he going to be able to get the Onager?
Now, Jason has been really good in his play with his Onagers. We saw this yesterday in
couldn't-
terms of how he really positions those tokens.
Couldn't agree more. He very meticulously measures. I actually was watching because I'd never seen him run this fleet before, and yesterday I was watching him measure. I was trying to figure out what exactly he was measuring, and then I kind of caught on about a couple minutes into it. Man, this guy is meticulous with his movement into range. So we're going to see some precise flying from his Onagers today.
So Raider was activated first.
Yep, staying on the outside, making sure that there's no movement into that super weapon arc. He's just going to go around the outside.
Was a Navigate assigned here on Corvus.
Yep. Let's get Jared Rod out to the side so we can see what's going on. Which Admiral is going to get choked out by Vader after this round? We're going to find out.
One of the two.
That's right. Ramadi or Jared Rod.
There will be a lunch break at the conclusion of this round.
As per the usual arrangement.
Yeah.
Yes.
As is usual. And then we will continue in the afternoon with our second stream. Tomorrow's going to be unique. We are only going to have one stream.
Nav on Vader Gazanti. This is the most wanted ship. He's going to send that token over to the Onager, the Cataclysm.
And I'm also going to make sure that I put a quick little announcement. This is the first time we're saying anything here on stream. Stick around. About an hour, 10 minutes, hour, 15 minutes from now, we are going to have a special guest in the booth.
Very special guest.
And we will tell you more about that as we get closer.
Ask Siri to set an alarm. You're going to want to be here for Ken's chat at that time. Trust me. All right.
Here is the red demo.
Yep. Obviously no shots, so we're looking to see where he's going to move. I wonder. Yeah, looks like he's going to be running over some of those fire sprays. Those fire sprays do not care because they get to move on their own. So he's looking at Navigate. We're going to ask our man in the field, Garrett, about this. Was that a token or is he using the dial? Is he still deciding? He might be deciding, but I'm guessing he's going to use it.
Well, Winter Dictor, if you do come to Worlds in Hera cosplay, you're going to have to stop by and we'll take a picture. Because that'd just be great to see.
All right. Another thing that I love about these paint jobs is it is very easy to tell which Imperial opponent is which. All right, using that dial to go to 3. Demo likes to go fast. Demo likes to get in your face. Demo likes to dump all the black dice in your grill.
Quick shout out here to the entire staff here at AdeptiCon. AdeptiCon's one of our local conventions here in the Chicagoland area here in Schaumburg, and the staff here has been outstanding.
Yes, couldn't agree more. I mean, professional, running things tight, on schedule. Yeah, just outstanding performance by the staff.
And equally, it's a great, relatively small convention, probably about 6,000 people, give or take.
Probably so, yeah.
A lot of good vendors out here that you can check out. A lot of people doing demonstrations. Going to do a quick shout out to our friendly local game store, Games Plus.
Yes.
Who is out here in Mountain Prospect, about 15 minutes away from the convention center. And they are here as well at the con. So if you happen to be here, stop on by, tell them Ion Radio sent you.
Real quick, if you see these fighters being moved, that's fighter coordination teams on demo, bringing some of these fire sprays forward because they are speed 3. He's trying to get them into range to wreak havoc on his opponent. But yeah, Ken, Games Plus, outstanding store, carries all the Armada stuff. And honestly, if you're watching the stream and have trouble getting things, Google them. because they carry the full line of Armada products and usually keep it very well stocked. We've got a really big meta here in Chicago, so they keep a good supply on hands for us.
We have Navigate on this Onager over here on the side. This is not Cataclysm.
Onager using
Onager.
Onager using the Navigate.
Well, we have no announcements yet for the next Worlds, or where it's going to be. I'm sure as soon as we find out, we will make sure that you guys know. It may not happen during the course of the streaming of Worlds this year, but stay tuned to both the Ion Radio YouTube channel and the Command Stack podcast, where we will definitely be giving you as much information as we can as we find it out.
100%. There will be something.
Yes,
there will
definitely
be something. There's no way that there can't be. Yeah, we will make it so.
And maybe we'll even get Adrian on one of our episodes.
There you go.
He's a very busy man.
Yes, I'm so busy.
Again, this is typical what we're getting here. A lot of real heavy-duty thought, making sure that the movement is not going to be destructive. And you're going to see more of that here because we have the dual onagers.
That's right.
Onagers on both sides, I should say. Because you want to avoid, you're not just thinking staying out of long range, you're thinking two moves ahead, staying out of that extreme range.
Yep. All right, so there's the speed 2 maneuver. You can see he's angling in. He's really looking to lead shots. Here we go.
So my wife is listening in on the stream, and she's suggesting that worst case scenario, Worlds can be held at my house. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but
I know for a fact Ken has an extensive liquor cabinet, so I think that is going to absolutely happen. Open bar, Worlds at Ken's. Yes. She's a glutton for punishment, clearly, but also very kind to support all of our nerdiness. So. All right, so there's some measuring going on here with the lasers. I think that one onager is looking to set up a shot on demo.
Trying to make a shot on the demo.
Absolutely,
especially since it's most wanted.
Of course. I mean, you can see. I think he's probably just deciding what arc he's going to shoot it at this point, and where to put it. Being that Sebastian is first player, I think Jason is going to really, really have to take some time here to gauge where Demo's going to be. Demo can put on the brakes if he wants to. But, yeah, I think he's going to be conservative. Yep, he's putting that token kind of middle of the ground, right?
So I'm going to go ahead and go through again. We're playing most wanted here. So the key is that the second player, in this case Jason, got to choose which ships are the most wanted ships. And he did choose the Demolisher on Sebastian's side and one of his Gazantis. I believe the Vader Gazanti.
Yep. That's correct.
On his side, which is hiding off in the corner. I think it's actually underneath his right elbow. But while attacking an objective ship, you may add 1 die of any color already in the attack pool, and the cost of that ship, not any of the upgrades, but the ship itself, is doubled.
That's right.
So a possibility for extra points here. Sebastian is flying a Gladiator 2, so that's 62 points. Navigate command here.
Navigate. So let's see what we got.
Thinking on how we want to place the onager.
So he's got to be very careful where he moves here because that token's way out front.
Derek Schultz walking by, waving, making sure that everything's good. We gave him a thumbs up.
Awesome, awesome.
Giving some prize support gear.
I got to say, we mentioned how good the staff is, but Derek's been walking around like Santa Claus for the Armada community on all these days. He's been handing out acrylic tokens. He's been handing out acrylic range rulers. He's been handing out objective tokens, round markers. I mean, man, he is the prize support has been outstanding.
It has
outstanding.
It's been beyond outstanding, and a big shout out to Derek Schultz.
Absolutely,
the amount of work he is doing to make sure that all of the work and environment here for the players for Armada has been great, and it's not just him; it is the tournament staff. But
sure.
he has been staying up late, making sure that everything is going on without a hitch. So big shout out to him.
Spoiler alert for the story too. While Sebastian's working out his movement here, I know the first day there seemed to be like they would need to add tables, and Derek stayed till like 3 in the morning,
right,
just by hand putting extra tables in. The stuff behind the scenes that folks here at the tournament don't see, but yeah, Derek's really putting in the work. I mean, just the passion he has for the game and the work he's put in is just outstanding.
It really is,
and appreciated.
It really is. Speed 3 on that onager.
Speed 3 onager.
Now we're back over to Jason, carefully deciding what he wants to do. But we have that ignition token that's going to come out first.
Oh, we do have that ignition token.
Now for a second, I thought I was going to put it at close range.
Yep.
Back up at over 100 people watching today.
Oh, yes. Yep, it looks like it is just out of close from that token. Thank you, Peter, in the chat. Yeah, I think it is outside of black range. Actually, I could probably get a ruling on that from
Garrett.
Yeah, from Garrett.
Garrett is paying a lot of attention to the game.
Closely watching.
You play.
Is the ignition token, Garrett? We're just going to ask for everybody listening. Is the ignition token from Cataclysm outside of short range to Sebastian's onager? Yes, it is. All right, confirmed from Garrett at the table. All right, and here comes the Gazanti moving forward for Jason. Running over a few squads, it looks like.
Definitely trying to stay out of close range of the ignition token.
Definitely stay out of close range of that token.
All right, you get your hits and your one accuracy, and that deletes.
Well, the thing about Jason's shot, Sebastian's shot is, man, he's got sensor team. Okay, Confire Cataclysm. So here's going to be the shot. Not in close range to that token, but he'll have his reds. Cataclysm has veteran gunners and gunnery chief for that accuracy. So here, in the
it's fine. It's fine.
Looks like he rolled on the table. No problem.
That's fine.
All right. Oh, he's throwing that in there for us.
They're being kind.
They are. All right. There's Intel the brace, and here comes the Confire.
Another 3 damage. Look at that.
Oh, and Ramadi. Right. Gunner Chief Varnillion for the accuracy. Oh, this is going to be bad. 6 damage. Crit enabled. Using the redirect. He accuracy the evade. Okay. So, Intel Officer brace, accuracy the evade. Smart move at that range. So, one side of that onager is not going to have any shields, and the front's going to be pretty dinged. So let's see where he moves.
Making some calls here. Probably going to hit that station. You're still going to wind up getting some structured shots.
Well, they're gonna hit. Sebastian's going to hit that onager with his pretty hard. So and he's first player. So I think that his onager will be able to take a shot. All right, so the word from our from Garrett at the table is that 0 on the left-hand side of that onager and 1 on the front, as we guessed, and I think that Cataclysm is gonna be able to take that hit from the onager, but
I think so, but it's going to, here's the thing with an onager. You've got a lot of shields. It's like a Liberty. You've got 5 up front, 2s on the sides. You don't have a lot of defense tokens. And take that a step further, as soon as you get through it, it's a glass cannon.
So as I'm looking at these fleets, obviously I don't know what these guys are going to do, but here's my thought. So if Cataclysm comes in after that shot, moves, gets obstructed behind the station still, so that his next shot on Sebastian's onager is more effective, Demo is either going to wait it out for the other onager to move in. I'm guessing that the squad ball of those fire sprays are going to try for the side of the other onager. Jason's got to be really careful moving that onager in, because those rogue bombers throwing 2 blue dice are going to eat that side of the onager alive if he moves in too far. He's really got to watch it.
I think you might be right.
Yep. Yep, in the chat there was a question about Star Destroyer onager. Nope, all of these are test beds. All test beds. Throwing all the dice.
Now, are there any onager Star Destroyers in the field?
I did not see one.
If we get a chance, we'll go through that information and find out.
All test beds, yeah. I like the onager Star Destroyer title, especially when you can pair it with a Star Destroyer and get 7th Fleet in there.
7th Fleet in there.
Yep, and that's because that's a good damage mitigation, but we'll see. All right, see, as predicted, he stays behind. Yep, drops the speed 1, stays obstructed behind the station, so Ramadi can add that red die. Yeah, brutal.
I'm just looking at this, and it's just going to be red beam versus red beam.
Yeah, and after he moves, he's going to place his token. All right, there it is. So really got to watch it, too, because that Raider's kind of flirting with red range of that token. If he wants to really play dirty, I think he's texting to see if he's in the arc. Maybe he's just out of arc. I don't know.
Lot of things.
Yeah,
measuring.
I think no matter how Sebastian were to maneuver that onager, I don't think he's going to get out of the super weapon arc.
No, I don't think so.
These big bases do not turn like that.
So we're getting to the squadron phase of turn 1. Now this is another thing that I'm going to point out. We're about 20 minutes into the game now, give or take. 20 minutes into the game, we're just getting to squadrons now.
All right, so it looks like he's pulling one of the squads out to the side. I can't tell if that is one of the rogue bombers or not.
It does look like one of the, that might be Hondo, actually.
They are definitely fire sprays. Okay, so he's pulling some fire sprays to the left. Okay, Hondo behind the asteroid there. All right, so he's not going to split his forces up. He does have Jason's squad ball to deal with, so that's something to keep in mind. But all right. Careful measurement. Some squads being moved up. There's the Lambda.
Moving up our squadrons, getting everything positioned. Turn 2 is going to be interesting.
Sure is. You got to really watch out for keeping those squads within range of something that's going to get shot by that red super weapon.
Yeah, like with the splash damage.
Splash damage is an absolute thing. Obviously, the ships are far enough away from each other, although I think that one Gozer might be near Jason. So splash damage may be a thing.
Could be.
But, and Sebastian's first player, so there's some squads in there as well. So I think that might be the way he goes.
Now, for those of you that are not used to some of these cards, I just brought up the orbital bombardment particle cannons up on the screen here. It allows you to place the ignition token at long, because you can always place it at close range with the onager, sorry. But ignition, if you're on your ignition shot, if you roll a red crit, each other ship at distance 1 of the defender will suffer 2 damage, and each squadron at distance 1 of the defender will suffer 1 damage.
Yep.
So if you can get, that red crit when you make that shot,
right,
you could potentially do a lot of damage. That's part of the reason that we are seeing the ships not deployed right next to each other.
And another thing to think about is that splash damage is really effective against these Kazantes. 2 damage must be on 1 shield zone. You
Yes.
can't spread them out. So with 1 shield only on each hull zone for a flotilla, you're getting a card through with that splash damage. So definitely a great counter for keeping the flotillas close if they've got comms net, things like that. So, yeah.
There's a slightly different angle. The reason I decided to move us to this one is just looking at those 2 onagers facing each other down. It's one thing to look at them from top down. It is another to look at them from angled shots. And if we go across to the opposite side of the table, we get the same thing with another onager in the background. This is just such a great game to watch as it develops.
Normally the Armada is a game of objectives and movement, I feel, and it's not just all about attrition, right? So as you see these guys expertly moving these, I mean, these are big cannons. Yeah. So you still have to pay very close attention to the maneuvering aspect of the game to maximize putting dice on ships.
Yes.
And these guys are, looks like they're both really practiced at it, and they're doing a really effective job.
I completely agree. But again, everyone at this point, you are now looking at the top 26 players in the world.
Yeah.
And tomorrow is even going to be a smaller subset of that.
Man.
Talk about the cream of the crop.
That's right.
You are not getting to this point because you got lucky. Well, maybe a little bit with a die roll, but you're not, if you don't know how to play well and if you don't know your fleet, you are not playing today.
That's right. Statistics just say that you cannot get lucky this many games in, and that's likely why they have so many games to determine the top 8. I mean, the first day, narrow the field from 82 players down to the top 26. 4 games. Now 4 more games. I mean, this is endurance here. This is
completely.
How can you keep mentally acute over this many games, this many activations, this much time.
And it's hard when you really think of the mental energies you have to put into playing each game.
That's right.
The precision with which the squadrons get played out with.
Yep.
And we're still in that squadron phase.
Yep. All right. Still moving some of these fire sprays into position. What? Who do you
doing some attacking here with
doing
squadrons
some
with rogue.
squadron attacks? I didn't even see who moved in.
They're moving real quick.
Yep. Hey, let's check in with Garrett really quick. So Garrett, Jason moved some squadrons in, yes? Okay, trying to lock down those fire sprays, keep them from moving in on his onager. Those 2 blue bombers are just devastating, and Hondo, I believe, is a blue-black bomber. Yeah, and 6 of them, that is 12 dice that you can move around any ship. Smart to lock them down. We'll see if those squads that he threw in there can do the job. And they're all rogues, so they're all going to shoot at him. And it looks like Mahler is tucked in behind Demo, waiting for maybe Jason to have moved in like that, and then he's going to come on in, splash away, and yeah. Or as first player, he could be activating him with a squad command, and then get those dice along with the splash damage at the same time. We'll see.
Small crowd gathering around.
as per usual, yeah, lots of interested players and spectators looking at the Armada top table. This high level of play. I mean, how many of the passersby do you think are looking at these fleets, taking those back to their home metas, trying them out? I mean, these players know what's effective and fun to play.
What I'm seeing here is you've got two groups of spectators. You have those that didn't make day one, and we're setting dials now.
All right, setting up dials
for turn 2.
Round 2.
You have people here that are watching. What are the top players currently playing? What are the fleets that might be? And they're trying to see over the ropes. There's about 6 feet of distance between the players and the barriers.
Right.
And they're trying to see what cards they have. And then you have a bunch of other folks that are not necessarily Armada players, maybe casual ones,
yep, or
just folks that are here at the convention that are stopping and they're pointing at different ships like, that looks really cool.
Absolutely.
And we had a lot of that when the Super Star Destroyer comes out on the table.
For sure.
We had one match yesterday where we had a Rebel versus Imperial fleet, and you got that that Galactic Civil War fan base. And I think the other nice thing is right next to us on the side of the booth is that giant Star Wars Armada
for sure
banner. And people are coming up, they're taking selfies there and watching the game. And people are just having fun here at the con.
And you're a good point, Ken. I mean, I see this at the local game stores. I see this at the tournaments. People who don't have any familiarity with the game will stop because, let's just face it, the models are really pretty right out of the box.
Yes.
And they recognize them from the movies, the TV shows.
Yes.
They recognize the ships, and they're going to stop. They see a beloved genre that they and story and ships that they know. They're going to stop and look and see what that game is. And yeah. All right, so here we go. It looks like they're ready. Squadron on the Gladiator. What did we say? And let me guess. Here comes Mahler.
And we're bringing in. I'm going to.
Mahler is coming in.
Dice tray here.
He's going to. Yep, because he's definitely going to be making an attack here. So he's going to splash a couple there. I think
definitely two. And he.
Yep. Sebastian is trying to keep him out of flak of the Gozer, and still engage those squadrons to do the damage.
And this is again the precision of it. If I was playing, I just plop it down, do my splash damage, and with my luck, I would be within range.
And it would be a structural on a squadron for you.
Somehow
only.
I would pull a structural.
Okay.
It's kind of like how yesterday I got wound up getting sorted up with John.
Yep. Okay, here we go
for the first round.
Here is the roll for Mahler.
Looks like 3.
Yep. Oh, that's solid hit on that Lambda.
The Lambdas, I believe, have 6 hull on them.
Yes, that's correct. Yep, down to 3 hull. He just cut that right in half. Oh, so he must have done 2 damage. All right.
Okay, Sienna coming into play.
Hondo activated Sienna. Amazing. So it looks like Sienna's out of it for this round. Hondo, friend to everyone, also enemy to everyone, messing with Jason's squadrons.
Hondo is friendly to everyone.
Yep. Well, he's Bomber Grit Rogue. I was incorrect. He is 2 blue bomber. I thought he was blue black. But you know what? During his activation, he can toggle, which he did. Sienna, which will take her out of it for the moment. All right, now let's see where Demo's going.
Till 1 p.m. Chicago time.
Oh my goodness!
12:17 locally.
All right, so I'm just going to point this out. He's sizing up this movement here with Demo. I think he's trying to see if he can
strike on Cataclysm.
Well, Demo can go speed 3, and I don't know if he's going to be close enough to get into black range. Obviously, he wants to make one of those attacks after he moves. I think he's trying to get there. I don't know if he's going to make it to black range. Doesn't look like it.
Probably setting up for turn 3, and we don't have engine techs on this either.
Right, but man, if he moves there, he's going to be in the super weapon arc of that Cataclysm Onager.
Or he might be just outside of it, because that is a range 4 maneuver tool.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right.
So he might, it's going to be close. From my vantage point, difficult to see, but we know Real Veers is really spending time making sure he stays out of that front arc.
Sure.
Because that is the fastest way to delete that machete.
Yeah, that is for sure.
But to answer a previous question, about 40 minutes to 1 o'clock here, Chicago time.
Yep. You know, I wonder if he is going to set this up, stay in that. Man, if he could. Oh, interesting. He's sizing up, going near the other onager.
I think he really wants to look at all his options, make sure that what he's doing is the right possible move.
I wonder if that third joint is close enough to that that flotilla to get a shot in.
Maybe?
Because then he would take a shot from that onager, but then the onager moves in really close, and next round, he's first player. He might be able to take those shots and then dodge around the side so fast. Man, just obviously all conjecture here, and I'm just throwing out all the possibilities that I see, but we'll see which one happens. Just so much flexibility on this demo right now.
Definitely important for us to make sure that we cover all the alternatives, give you guys what we think could happen, and definitely talk more about what possibilities, options, thoughts, how we are viewing the action, so that everyone at home has the opportunity to really see what they have.
Yep. Oh, he turned. He did. All right, he did a Jerry.
Gerard.
Is he close? All right, Garrett, is he close? Gathering dice. He's in close.
Dice.
Here we go. Let's see what happens.
And I see black dice coming out.
Oh, yeah.
We're thinking about it. Here we go.
Here we go.
Out the front, 3 with an accuracy.
That's what he needed.
Bringing in.
That's what he needed. What's this? Oh, there's another one there. Is he going to? I'm wondering if he's going to dump
I believe this is
X-Rax.
the most wanted.
Yes, it is, but I wonder if he's going to dump X-Rax.
Ooh, tough.
If he dumps X-Rax, it'll be, I'm guessing it'll be a for sure kill. Because that goes through that shield zone. No scatter.
Well, so right now, you've blocked your scatter.
Right, but it's a small base ship, so he can't throw that evade token to reroll, and he's in close. So it's only rerolls. You've got black dice rerolling. It could be hit crits.
And that would still take it out.
That's right. This takes it out now, so he's going to have to use his evade to reroll one of them.
Right.
To try and live. X-Rax, he's going for sure. Here we go. This, I'm thinking this is going to delete Vader.
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out. Yep. Let's find out. And it does. There's no way. There's no way it's done.
So
it's done.
There is 6 hits.
Wow, that was probably the clutch use of X-Rax. Oh, yep. See, he evades the one, but it's no help.
Nope. Still does the damage, and there goes Darth Vader.
Wow. There it is. Wow. Demo with first blood. Man, you know what? He was sizing up. That was key. That took some key rerolls away from Jason. You know, I think that we saw Vader Gozer in his previous match on the stream get deleted first. And now, again. And the most wanted ship. So now those extra points are Sebastian's. So with those extra points onto the Vader Gozer, that's a 26-point ship. You get 23 more.
Wanted, so it's going to be 49 points.
That's right. 49 points for that. That's swingy, man. It's just 10 more points, and you're already past that first threshold.
That still puts us in the 6-5 territory to begin.
That's right. And we're what, in round 2?
We are round 2 only. And
so this is going to be...
This is going to be a long game. This is going to be
exciting.
A fascinating game.
Oh, Cataclysm.
This is going to be tight.
Jason's got the dial in his hand for Cataclysm.
Really
I think he's looking for some paper. No, he decides not to. Oh, no, maybe he does.
Really
he's deciding
through what we want, what he wants to do.
I think, and I know where he's coming from. He just got Vader deleted. He's thinking payback. He's thinking that his Cataclysm can take a big shot. But a veteran player, he stops and gathers his thoughts. He puts the dial down.
Yes.
And he's going to say, no, I'm going to think, and rather than go with my passion, I'm going to go with my head. And and here he goes with ComsNet nav token over to Cataclysm. See, he goes with the Gozer, and he's going to take
firing into the side
of Gladiator with his. Did he show a Confire?
No,
he's got a couple dice.
ComsNet.
Oh, that's right. But does he have a? Gladiator's most wanted. That's right. I forgot. So he's going to throw 2 dice into the side of the Gladiator.
Waiting with bated breath here to see exactly what's going on. We're going to go back the overhead. Hopefully we won't lose anything. I'll put the dice cam up.
They're carefully measuring range. Yep, and arc. Because if he's double arced, then it'll be 2 blue from the front and 2 blue from the side.
Just the
front?
front.
Okay, it was decided just the front. That was key. That was key. All right, so let's see what happens.
Here we go.
Here's the roll. Oh, yep, that's a hit crit.
Hit crit.
All right. What's he going to do with that? He's got to be careful with his tokens here because that other onager's coming out for blood.
Yes.
Took it on the side.
Taking it, so shield damage only.
Yep.
Now we're going to move that Raider.
Moving close. And you see how aggressive Jason's being with this Gazanti at the back of the Demolisher? Because most wanted, if he can get a double on that guy, 2 blue and 2 blue.
No kidding. This is just going to be, I tell you, this is heavy-duty stuff here. This most wanted, especially on the demo. A risky move,
yes,
but versus the other ships he could have.
Okay. All right.
Approaching 12:25 here, so we still have time to go in this round. This round has another hour and 20 minutes, give or take. That is our unofficial scorekeeping. The judges are keeping the official time.
Right.
I think they want to try and get back on time to give everyone the appropriate lunch break that they want.
That's right.
Confire with the
Onager. Onager Confire. Here we go.
Here come the dice.
Here comes the Rainbow Onager. Gathering.
Onager.
Onager on Onager action. Here we go. Let's see what it is.
Look at those dice. We've got
we got a blank
a
in there.
hit accuracy.
There's an accuracy.
Well, that's an accuracy on both reds, and then 1 blank.
So he's got sensor team and ordnance experts. He's going to Confire into black.
The double.
All right. So let's see what happens with his ordnance experts.
1 hit. So no real change there, but that is 2.
So let's see if he's sensor team.
But if you're sensor teaming, you're removing one of your hits. So
that's correct.
Kind of depends on.
It depends on if he wants to get that extra, like the redirect and the brace out of the way.
Yeah. Well, you've got 6 hits.
Oh, choking out Nita, my favorite ever. Ooh, good gamble.
Nita was.
Now let's see. Is accuracy the brace? All right. So.
All right.
Yep, he's definitely going to redirect. That's going to. So both those onagers have a big-time shield damage in the front and on the side, one side. So vulnerable.
Definitely.
Vulnerable.
And like I said, that's a lot of shields that you just don't have.
All right, see what the crit is. Oh, point defense failure. All right. All right, so no shields on the front or left of Jason's Cataclysm.
So the crit that we have here is point defense failure. I'm going to bring that
and I believe that's a squad critical. So
it is. It's while attacking a squadron, you remove 1 die.
Okay. And for the test bed, that means he's not flacking.
Let me make that a little bigger for you guys to read that. I mean, that is so incredibly tiny. My apologies.
So that onager is not flacking at all. So that might be a really tasty target for those rogue bombers.
I think it might be, yes.
I mean, it's like, oh, really? You can't flak me? Well, then I'm just going to sit in front of you and with impunity throw blue dice at you.
Well, I mean, here's one of those things you have to consider now. You can't really do much against, flak-wise. But.
Yep. Oh, and a good point in the chat. Sebastian looks to be eyeing up, moving close so that Jason can't move onto the station. That's interesting. He'll still be obstructed, I think, staying on the other side. So Ramadi is still going to be in play, but maybe with these damage cards being piled on by the Rogue Bombers, he can't remove it if he can move forward one. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I think that's the right move, though. Nope. He allowed him the station.
The ability to move one.
Okay. So he went to 2. All right. See what goes next.
Putting out that
token. Yep.
The ignition token. He did slow down to speed 2.
He did. Cataclysm nav token. Oh, the dial.
Take the dial. Shout out to our players here. They're doing an outstanding job with courtside reporting here, talking to Garrett, letting us know what they're doing.
All right, here's the roll. Into the Rainbow Onager from Cataclysm.
Look at that. Bunches of hits, 2, 4,
got some hits in there and some crits.
7.
And he's got the red crit. Is there anything within close range that he can take advantage of that with? Maybe not.
So.
Intel the Brace. Intel. Yeah, these Intel Officer Onager builds are just gross.
They're a great way to help remove defense
for sure
early in the game, which does potentially make.
Oh, here we go with.
There goes a blank
with the Ramadi.
Yep.
So let's see if he sensor teams. I'm guessing he might. That Onager is really damaged. I think he might. Oh, Confire token reroll.
Another hit.
There's a hit. Is he going to spend that for sensor team? What's he going to do?
Thinking about it.
He's already intel'd the brace. So. Oh.
Swapping
Varnellian.
Okay.
And evade reroll
the double
into 1.
Turned it down to 1.
Okay. Yep. Good spin. All right. Brace and redirect. He's burning that brace, so he's throwing it away. He says, okay, Intel, I want to get rid of this damage because I've taken a lot.
Yes.
All right.
Wow, this is just one thing after another.
Yeah, these guys are just trading headbutts.
Side into the...
side into demo?
Probably into the... well, yeah, I guess that would be into...
Because it's most wanted.
It's most wanted, and you get the Ramadi die.
Yep, because it's obstructed by his own flotilla. Yeah,
so accuracy,
makes sense.
2 hits.
Ooh, something to think about. Yep, softening up demo for that other Onager shot. Do you take that damage and not spend your tokens because you've got another big hit coming? Oh, Gunnery Chief Arnillian into the crit. Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
This is just brutal.
I mean, this truly is exactly what you want to do with Gunnery Chief Arnillian.
That's right.
Pull one to feed the next.
Yep. Accuracy the evade. Brace and redirect. All right. So I have a feeling with that Onager shot that we're going to see that brace and redirect go away from demo, discarding it to mitigate damage so he can make that first player dodge. That's my guess. But we'll see what happens.
We're sitting here kind of the middle of turn 2. Adrian, I think we're going to play a fun little game. Right now, we have 120 people watching on stream.
2 shields left on the front of the Gladiator. 0 on the left. Right. Okay. Sorry.
How many concurrent viewers do you think we're going to have at some point during this stream?
Hundreds for sure, but let's take a guess. I don't know. It's still pretty early on a Saturday, right? I mean, it's lunchtime. People are up and about.
Lunchtime.
So I will say that we will have at least 150 viewers.
was going to say
concurrent.
162.
Sounds good to me. Let's see. Let's see if we can make that happen. Uh-oh. And we're watching the measurement here. Let's see which way Jason is going to try to turn this onager.
Now, one benefit is if he doesn't make it by, he might ram the other onager, but he will land on the station.
Well, here's the thing. He's got engine techs too, and he does dial up navs. He dialed up nav this time.
Yep.
So he just needs to make it by and get out of that front arc to live. By turning like that, Jason dials up nav a lot. So I think if he continues to nav, he might be able to slow down to speed 2 and kind of swing around on the back of demo over until the last round. But if he turns to the right, he may be able to slow down enough to double click at 1 and try to catch that Raider moving around the outside. I don't know. It'd be rough.
Could go either way.
Yeah, honestly, if he could somehow see, the big bases are tough. If there was any way to speed 3 to the right and catch that Raider after engine teching, I mean, the Raider's really maneuverable, but most maneuverable at speed 2.
Well, apologies for everyone overseas in Europe that these last games are going to be late, but that is something you guys can do then first thing tomorrow morning.
That's right. Yeah, Ken is, with his expert technology, is going to make sure that these are viewable, and also in the future, you'll be able to replay. And I think you mentioned you were going to make them more easily digestible, right, as you get them put together so you can see the recapped matches. We love all of our UK friends. I'm a huge fan. I've been so many times. I love the UK.
I will sit down and say our plan is, hopefully on Iron Radio, we'll be able to take most, if not all 15 of our matches, reduce them to about a 30-minute highlight reel and put that out. That will take some time, so I can't get them all done at once. It will most definitely happen post-AdeptiCon, but as I can add them, I will.
All right, let's see. Is he going to just do a speed 1 and he's going to take a card off and rob Sebastian of the ability to go onto the station? Maybe that's the call. I am a little surprised that he's not turning toward the Raider, but you know what? Sebastian's first player, so he could easily dodge that, I guess. But then it gives really bad choices to Sebastian. Yep, see, he did go there. He did not turn. He went straight.
Right up. There's going to be a ram there, I'm pretty sure.
If he's going more than speed 1. Was that a ram? He just put a card out, so yeah, it looks like it was a ram. So he is still going at speed.
Oh, no, he did drop to speed 1.
So he put the card away.
But he landed on the station.
Yep, and so he discarded the card. That's what it was. Okay.
Highlight reel should be just every roll of 10 plus damage. That'd be almost every roll in our first in the LCQ.
Yeah, on the onager fleets especially. Raider showing nav. Oh, and
turning right
spicy. He says, okay, you're going to take my onager out? I'm going to give you another bad choice, and I'm going to drop a whole bunch of dice on your front. Blues and blacks.
That looks, though, Adrian, like it might hit the debris field.
That's true, but you know what? The Raider has 2 shields on several zones, and Sebastian is first player. Now that Cataclysm has gone, he's going to be able to go and then first chip into the side of the onager. I don't know if it's going to be the best choice to do and not take the rainbow onager shot into Cataclysm. I would think that would be the best way to go as first player. But then again, there's going to be a bunch of bad choices to be made here because Demo is going to be in the grill of the other onager here very shortly. So who wants to live, who wants to die? We're going to play that game.
It's going to be something very unique. I'm curious to see how this next turn is going to play out. Because let's be honest, this is, I think, where all the marbles are going to be played for here is turn 3.
Yep. I mean, obviously, if you can take Ramadi out, great. There's the Admiral, right? I don't think that if you've got a super weapon shot, you have to take it. So if Cataclysm activates, he's going to have to shoot the onager. So Jerry's going to be safe.
Yeah. I'm going to agree with you on that. I do think Jerry will be safe.
Yep, see, I think he's going to take that debris field. That seems to be how he's lining it up. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll slow down. Maybe he'll slow down and he's just got the extra long tool out.
He just wants
He
to
might
make
be short of
sure.
that debris field if he slows down a little bit.
There's a couple different, maybe an inside turn he can pull off, staying in front of it, and
Yeah,
then make
he's-
an attack on the next turn.
Yep. Well, I believe that Raider, it's a Raider 1, so it's going to be 2 blues, 2 blacks out the front. So, he'll have a couple blue dice into the front, but he'll be at black range. Oh, no, he takes it because I think he wants the range, and he'll double him. Oh, man. That's going to be that's going to be a sweet shot. Yes, you can see the double line right. He's looking at that right now,
Look at that.
lining up. Yep, and he's black.
Double
Oh,
arc. And I'm going to say,
Ouch.
when you look at a Raider, you do have 2 shields on every side, so you
Yep.
can't afford to do it once.
Yep.
Real Veer's really looking very carefully here, making sure that he, double checking our arc lines here.
Yep. And I think he's doubled him on the front. Oh, both shots are obstructed though. Okay, well, double arc but obstructed, but that's okay because he's got 2 dice on the side. So I'm guessing. Well, we'll see.
Jason picking up.
Navigate. Always onager navigations. All right, so we're going to do the
Now
super
we
weapon
are
shot.
looking at some
Ooh,
dice.
this is going to be on demo. This is going to be rough. Ignition. Here it comes. To demo. Oh, did he roll on the table? Oh, he's measuring it. Oh,
Double check.
Oh, man.
Not quite
He,
sure.
he gathered up the dice, and we could hear him shaking the dice, and we're all watching the tray. All right, here it comes. All
There
right,
we
here's
go.
the
And
pool.
stands are on.
Initial
the
pool.
People are on their feet.
Yep. Oh my goodness
There we
gracious,
go.
that
With
is
6 damage with
horrible.
a crit and an
Oh
accuracy.
no. Oh no. Yep. So Demo's got a red brace already and a green. This is gonna be rough. But he's got an accuracy on that. If he
does.
accuracies that brace, I think it's a bad day for Demo.
I would agree. Picking out his dice. I wonder.
Yeah,
what
he's
does,
thinking. He's thinking about it.
Vermilion have right now.
Well, he's got veteran gunners, which he won't do. I don't think Varnilion's gonna be on it. What's he gonna intel? Oh, sensor team. Yep, sensor team.
So getting rid of
There
that
it is.
blink.
Yep. See, so no defense tokens for Demo. Is that right? Oh, no evade, no brace. Okay. And he's got 3, 4.
Pitches the redirect.
Pitches the redirect. Oh, that might keep him alive. Let's see what the crit is.
And the
Is that
crit
2 going to the
is-
hull? 2 going to the hull. So the first one up. Let's see what it
Real
is.
Veers has not had to pull his damage deck.
That's
out
right. He's
yet.
pulling it out
So
right
he's
now. He's doing the shuffle, as you
shuffling
can
it up.
see. He's doing the fun. That is definitely not a Las Vegas shuffle. That is a spread them out on the table kind of shuffle. Let's see what happens. All right, now he's doing a more traditional shuffle off camera.
Shuffling
See what
up.
happens. Jason realizing he's going to need some more cards here too, making the shuffle. All right, Sebastian is about ready
Well,
to
this is
pull.
Chicago. Super Bowl shuffle going
That's
on,
right.
So here we go.
All right, let's see. Is
All
there going
right,
to be a
they're
cut? No,
happy.
no cut.
Good
They're happy.
sportsmanship once again. And
Always.
the
Here's the crit.
is
Calm
noise.
noise. There's never a good crit.
there really is not.
There's
there
never
really
a good crit.
is not.
All right, so two hull. Oh, changing the dial. He's choosing to change the dial.
So I was going to say, with comms noise,
Let's
you
see.
can
Hey,
either
Garrett, do you
reduce
know
your
what he's
speed by
changing
1
it
or
to?
Change to new command.
Huh? Oh, yep. So
Got the most wanted.
also, good sportsmanship. They forgot the most wanted die. Jason mentioned it. Sebastian said, "Go ahead and roll it in." Jason saying, "Nope, I missed it. We're gonna just move on. Don't worry." So that was. I mean, you know what? These guys, they want to beat the best version. They don't want to win on technicalities.
Right.
They know that they are comfortable in their skill level, I mean, it's, again, just the sportsmanship unparalleled at these events.
And this is how you want an event to work.
Correct. All right.
Dial being changed.
Yep.
Being thought about being changed.
He's
out what we're
you know, there's no good solution here. Normally, you'd want to throw a squad on him, but there's squads nearby, and I don't think he wants to have those squads. Oh man. Con fire. Whew. All right. You know what? I think he's gambling that he's going to take that hit.
I think so.
All right, so let's see where he moves. That's going to be really interesting. All right. So what'll also be interesting, Ken, is he's going to be moving. He's got nav dialed up. Is he going to engine tech, or does this one have the engine tech? I think it does, right? This one has the engine tech. So and this is Ramadi. So so this one has the engine tech. So is he? Man,
there's engine techs on both of these onagers.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have rammed.
No damage yet on demo.
No, 2 hull on demo right now.
Oh, do we? That's right. Camera is obstructing my view here. That's right, 2.
So I was just thinking, if as the most wanted ship, I don't know if he has. No, because Vader's gone, so there's no extra blue dice being thrown at him. Is he looking at the ram? He is looking at the ram. See?
At the ram.
He's looking at the ram. Is he looking at the ram and then the engine tech to ram again? He's going speed 3. So let's see what happens. So, and he's got the nav command. So I think he's going to look to. He's going to ram. Yep, he's going to ram, and then he'll likely engine tech to ram again. Then demo will be on 1, right? Is he going to engine tech?
No, because when engine tech, if you do a ram, I don't think you can do it a second time. Was
is that so?
Added to the card?
Oh, that could be. That could be. All right, so there's a ram. All right, ram. So 3 cards on demo, 1 on Ramadi.
Jason's got dice in his hand. Definitely interested in rolling them, but he's putting them down.
No. He's
just warming them up for the next shot.
That's right. He's putting on his ignition token, and he's getting it as close as possibly he can to the other onager, I'm guessing. I think he's sensing that likely demo is going to be the first activation.
I'm inclined to agree.
Which spells a lot of trouble for the rainbow onager.
Yes. The crayons of doom, as someone said. I actually like the paint job on there. That looks really well done. I want to get closer to it after the game.
Some of the paint jobs that you see that seem to be a little more vibrant, it really does help tell the Imperial fleets apart.
It does.
That was half the reason I painted my fleet a darker color as opposed to the standard gray, just so you could tell them apart.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. I love the Sith darkness as much as the next guy. So, any other excuse that I can make to paint things black until they make a darker color.
A darker color than black.
All right, so here comes some fire sprays. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. Fire spray. Here we go. 2 blue dice into. Oh no, obstructed.
Yep. So that was 1.
1 hit, and he takes a card.
Next fire.
Rogue
spray.
Bomber. Gotta love him. Let's see which other one comes in. It's gonna come in there. Is that obstructed or no? Let's find out.
Snowy day here in the Chicagoland area. A little cold, but in the convention center, it's a nice, balmy, probably 75 degrees.
But I'll tell you what, it's always cold in space, Ken. And here comes another Rogue Bomber shot. Not obstructed. It looks like some dice just bounced out of the tray.
The second die of the day that got thrown, or of the entire.
Oh, I guess it is obstructed. So what is that? I didn't see it. It says crit. Okay. Let's see what he does with it.
That is a crit.
He's taking it. What's the crit? He's taking the crit. Capacitor failure. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Yeah, that's not great. That is not great for
Capacitor
Cataclysm.
failure. If a hull zone has no remaining shields, can't recover them, can't spend redirect.
You know, I'm not known Jason to run a lot of engineering, but still, that's just, it takes away the option. You can't even move shields to it.
No. So throwing back up on the board here. A couple questions here in chat. Get us update. Sebastian is at the bottom of the screen. Jason is up on top. Both are Imperial players. Sebastian is the more colorful and vibrant ships.
Yep.
Jason has a standard paint job.
Standard coloration. Measuring carefully the squads. See how far they can move.
James is reporting almost a foot of
Tel
snow
Trevura,
in Wisconsin.
hero of the Empire, moving in. He is rogue. He's coming in to make some shots on a fire spray. Let's see what we got.
Looks like
Looks
two.
Okay.
No, one.
One. Yep. All right. And 2 hits from who was shooting at who, Garrett? Garrett? Who was? The Lambda? Okay, the Lambda shot at Mauler, and that was the 2 damage that you saw. I'm guessing Mauler's going to scatter that. Oh, he braced it to 1. My bad. Thanks, Garrett. All right, now we've got 3 fire sprays lined up there. Sebastian is eyeing what's going to happen. I think he's going to try to get him on that onager and throw some dice. Let's see what happens. Well, there have been some slower games,
yes,
and more strategic games that were more like chess.
This is one of them.
This is more like a boxing match, where the chess players just hit each other with the pieces.
But it is
all the dice. Yeah, I mean, there's more damage cards out on the table right now in this game than I've seen in a little while. This early.
This looks like another.
Yep, looks like another Rogue Bomber coming in hot. Excuse me. All right. Attacking Sienna.
Sienna, that pulled the dice out.
They
Looked
grabbed the
like
pre-
nothing with
Counter.
Counter of
Counter
1.
one. All right. Someone's coming in hot.
Yep.
Another fire spray.
That might be Hondo.
All right. Hey, here we go. Here it comes. 1.
There's a hit.
Another one. Those bombers are doing their job.
That actually went right into the front. Now we're now 3 hull, I think, on the onager.
I don't know.
Another fire spray coming into play.
Yep.
These are some mean bombers.
They, honestly, they're generic, right? They don't have tokens, but if they're not checked, they're going to be bad. All right, so Valen
shooting Hondo.
Valen is shooting Hondo. So let's see what happens here. Oh,
that's
3.
3.
Whoa. Brace to 2, Hondo. Well, Hondo is usually friend to everyone, but he's not going to be friend to Valen after that shot.
No, he will not be looking at people going, my friend, my friend.
Onto the onager. There it is. Oh, face up.
Face up, crit. Crit is.
Compartment fire. Oh, can't ready token. Oh, my God.
Tough one.
Oh, jeez. I mean, there are no good crits, but, I mean, all those tokens, they stay in red. All right. Let's see what happens.
Coming up to the 1 o'clock hour here, moving right along.
Yep.
Still have about
All right.
45 minutes left to play.
All right,
About an
so
hour, 45 minutes.
All this carnage, Ken,
Yes.
that we've been talking about, that was 2 rounds. Now we're getting to the top of round
I'm
3.
saying
Squads
we're
are
now
done.
looking to get into round 3 right now.
Unbelievable.
It's amazing the amount of action that has happened in 2 full turns.
Yep. And in round 3, we're going to see some ships deleted.
I think
We're
will.
absolutely going to see it. And you know what? It's going to be really interesting to see what Sebastian decides. He's got a Raider in good position, although obstructed. He's got his Onager facing down Cataclysm, a damaged Cataclysm.
Yep.
And he's not doing great as far as his damage as well. I mean, I think he's done a pretty good job of keeping cards off, but I mean, does he want to take a full super weapon hit right up the pipe? I don't think so.
Don't know.
Especially with Ramadi still being obstructed. And Demo's
Yes.
really in rough shape. Do you get that front shot, move around to shoot the side? What do you do? What is the play here? Man, for my money, I might go with Demo.
It's a tough call. What I am going to sit there and let people know, because this came up in chat, the most wanted ship that Jason has is the
already dead
Vader ship that was destroyed. It was a flotilla.
That's correct. It was the Vader flotilla.
And Sebastian's its Demolisher. A lot of thinking. Still setting dials. Sebastian really thinking this one through. And I think he's going to activate that one first.
Yep.
Onager. On the Onager.
Onager, Confire. Yep. Yep, here we go. Let's see what happens. But obstructed, obviously. So he had to remove one of the black dice, I believe. Or one of the red dice. Yep.
Wow, look at that.
Nope,
Apologies
nope.
for the sound. I hit a button accidentally. We took that out. We've sacked that intern.
Yes.
The llamas were eating the stream.
All right. So what's he doing? Sensor team. No brace. Oh my goodness. That looks like 7 to me, right? 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 6.
What
6
was the
damage.
crit? I didn't see it.
It's not there yet.
No, I thought there was a crit.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's he at? Is that enough? That's enough.
And
Cataclysm
there
goes
the
down. Rainbow Onager right up the pipe. Wow.
Amazing. We got a crowd coming up watching table 1.
Yep. All right. So now let's see if Jason's lone Onager can get in and complete a kill. He'll probably go for Demo and get the points. That Onager is largely untouched. So I'm guessing we're going to see if they can break away, get those rogue bombers right in front of it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And you know what would be real interesting? Is that I think that, man, it's going to be really interesting to see what Jason does. So here comes Sebastian around and has to move that Onager. He'll be likely in that super weapon range. So is he going to take the shot on Demo and kill Demo and then go for the Onager that's damaged, or does he take the shot at the Onager and let Demo do whatever he's going to do and catch him later? I'm not sure because, but the thing that Jason has to consider also is that the Raider will still be on the table. And as long as the Raider's on the table, those rogue bombers are going to run roughshod over him. Yep, it's definitely looking rough here. Ooh. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, and with this many rounds left, I think the chat is correct. There's a lot of comments in there about the Rogue Bombers getting 3 rounds to tear, and actually 4. All right, so navigate on Ramadi. Jason always runs navigates like this, so that's not a surprise, but let's see who he chooses to shoot. Let's see what he takes with him. All right, what's he shooting? Shooting the Gladiator. Okay, so he's going to take the Gladiator. Let's see what happens. Here, oh man, this is going to be good. It doesn't even have to be a wonderful roll. He was shaking the dice, but now he's considering. He wants to make sure that he gets the exact right roll. He wants to make sure that what he rolls is going to take it out. Oh, he's going to spend his squadron token. So let's. It looks like Lambda attacking Hondo for nothing. Oh, all right. Lambda. Okay. Not great. All right, let's see. All right, so. All right, let's see. Something still is being calculated here about what he's gathering. Now, looks like super weapon. What? I can't hear. Oh, ignition shot. Okay, here's the ignition roll. Here it is. Oh my goodness! All right, that's pretty good. Got a couple blanks in there, but he does have some ability to alter that with veteran gunners if he doesn't like it initially. I don't think he has added in the most wanted yet. Let's see if he calculates. He actually forgot the most wanted before. So, is he sensor teaming? He's sensor team. All right, blocks the brace, and that should do it. That should do it. He doesn't even have to do anything else. And the first crit that's up, well, whatever it may be, that's enough to take demo out. All right. So it's an Onager demo trade. And then the movement. All right, let's see where we're at now. All right,
so quick update for everyone. Our special guest has stopped by, and he requested to be able to come back in about 15 or 20 minutes. So there's your first hint. It is a he.
There we go.
Most people listening to this stream will probably know of this person.
It narrows it down from 6 billion people on the planet to 3 billion, though. So that's great.
And I'm going to throw this out there also. It is someone here at AdeptiCon.
Okay, that narrows it significantly.
You're about,
what? Think
4,500 people, give or take.
Sure,
that it could be.
Yeah. All right, so putting that ignition token out after moves. Obviously, he's lining it up for when that Cataclysm moves. But I think he might be in the super weapon now. I think he might be clipping that front arc on the super weapon. He is.
So I'm watching what Jason's doing here. He's really measuring out exactly where he is. He doesn't want to be in range of Sebastian's Onager.
Or Onager.
Yeah, either or.
Yeah, no, this is going to be interesting, though. I think, Jason's in a tough spot. I don't count him out at all because that Rainbow Onager is definitely got some hurt on it. But let's see what happens.
Definitely does.
Raider is a nav. He's going to swing wide.
Where Corvus is going to wind up standing.
Yeah.
This is definitely getting to be a rather intense battle.
Man, if I'm Corvus, I don't want, just for the points value alone, I think I want to stay out of that super weapon shot because rather than take the Onager, you might want to go for that. Well, let's see. The point value on that Raider 1 is 70. The point value on the Onager testbed is 112. So I guess the shot would be the Onager.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yep. I love all the guesses about who the special guest is going to be in the chat.
And I don't think anyone really knows, and that just makes my day.
That's right. All right, here comes the he's giving him choices. He's coming up on the Raider. Oh, but you know what? He's first player, so if he moves all the way over to the side like that, if necessary, he could just swing out of the way. But then that leaves the Onager with a big shot on the Rainbow Onager.
Hello there.
Yes. That is not the secret guest, we promise. All right. All right, here comes the Raider. He smells blood in the water. Ooh, real close to that ignition token. That's not great. I'm sure Sebastian's happy he's first player.
He's sitting there, sitting down, calming down.
Squadron on the Gazanti. All right, let's see what the squads do. Jason's moving on in. Yep.
Sienna,
all right, Sienna shooting Hondo.
Hondo.
Here's some blue dice coming his way. Oh, good hit.
It's 3.
Swarm. Oh, that's 4.
4.
Brace to 2. And we'll see some counter. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Sienna was shooting, not taking the shot. All right.
Giorgio Armani. Always wanted
getting too excited.
Giorgio Armani shirt.
All right, so Hondo's at 2 hull. He's friend to everyone. Hopefully he's friend with a good doctor because he's taking some damage. All right, carefully measuring. All right, he's picking up some dice. I'm not sure who is attacking here, but
2 hits. Looks like one of the fire sprays here, just trying to take them down.
That was Jason rolling, though, so it's one of Jason's squads moving in. So I probably tell Travura because he's rogue, so he's going to...
I see. I thought you were talking about who was being shot at.
Nope. Yeah, so Tel Travura is rolling into that, and I'm not sure who he shot.
I'm guessing one of the fire sprays. Hard to tell.
Yeah. Oh, flacking Hondo.
Out the side at Hondo. No, like against Mahler, there's 1.
All right. Scatter.
Scatter. Of course.
Yep. Use it while it's available. All right.
Into the front of the Onager.
Yep. Trying to shoot it.
Off
those blue dice gozers. MVPs. All right, marking some squads there so we can get a good measurement on this Gazanti. And there he goes, B2 forward.
Special thank you to everyone that's waving at us, saying hello. There is a Mando walking around the convention hall.
Yep.
Did not land on the asteroid.
Okay, good,
so
good.
That's a good thing.
Tight flying, as always.
We've seen a lot of really good flying.
We really have.
3 days.
We really have. Okay. Yes, murder Gazantes indeed. All right, Mahler into Valen. Let's see what this attack looks like.
Looks like
looks pretty accurate. Swarm reroll. No.
Nope.
Very accurate, but no damage. Normally those 2 accuracies are what you want when you're attacking an ace, but nah, not this time. You need to back it up with a hit.
Okay.
Tel Travura.
At Tel.
Oof.
3.
Well, Tel doesn't really care. Tel will scatter that. I'm guessing. Oh, he braces to 2. All right, I think he's looking to get attacked again so he can throw that token and heal. Let's see if Sebastian takes the bait. I think he's too experienced for that.
Hondo totally will be taking my snacks.
Oh, there we go. Oh, 3. Oh, into Tel.
Against
All right,
Tel,
3 more. Burns the brace. Heals up. All right. Tel Travura, one of the most annoying squads that I love dearly.
Has a lot more health than he appears to have.
He takes a lick and it keeps on ticking. Yep. Love that Tel Travura. All right. Well, but here's all the fire sprays coming at him.
Coming in, there's another.
Oh, more.
2.
Oh, and an accuracy and 2. So, Tel just, he healed it, and now he took some. Taking it to the face. Man, if the fire sprays keep rolling anti-squad like that, Tel's not long for this world.
I don't think so, yeah. Now, this looks like it might be obstructed shot, but he's moving first.
Yep. He just needs the 1. He just needs the 1. Let's see. The 1 accuracy to get rid of that scatter. Let's see. All right. Into tell again. I mean, big surprise. Here we go. Here it is. Oh.
Yep. Dice rolling.
Dice
off the table.
fumble. All right. So here it comes. Oh,
and
struck a
over
shot.
and out and gone.
All
We'll
right.
let that one be re-rolled.
All right,
Went,
re-roll.
You know, the distance. It's on the table. We'll leave that stand.
Yep. Scatter.
Scattering
All right.
away.
So the scatter is now exhausted. So if another shot hits him, he'll probably blow the scatter to heal up 3. And
There we go.
whoa, that's what he needed.
Deltravera has been
Oof.
destroyed.
Wow.
This has been a back and forth,
Yep.
crazy
Yep.
game.
All right. People are asking in the chat, how long does the convention go after the games today?
It's tomorrow, 4 o'clock, I think, is when it ends.
That's correct. That's correct. 3 rounds tomorrow for the top 8. And after this match that you're watching now, we will have 2 more games as per the usual arrangement after the lunch break. Round 4.
Going into round 4.
All right.
We are moving
Oh.
right along, folks.
Clipping around fast. These fast-paced rounds, all the dice being thrown. You can see on your screen all the damage cards out there. This is a fight. This is a knife fight.
I think this might be the last real turn here.
I
Depends
don't
on how
disagree.
much damage is getting.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, oh no, model down, model down.
But saved.
Yes, but going back on the base. Thankfully, nothing broken. All right, so setting the dials, carefully considering what the next step is going to be. I mean, I'm guessing Jason's going to nav again. I'm guessing. We'll see. Maybe he's just going to go for trying to take points out and go with a Confire next. I don't know, but I think it's probably nav. I mean, he's set these dials ahead of time. So I think we're getting ready to start the round. Getting ready.
Hey!
All right, let's see what we got. Careful.
No good.
Yes, careful consideration going into what is happening on the Raider, on the Rainbow Onager. That dial's already been set, but he's debating what to do first. Nav Raider.
Raider starts.
All right, so here we go. Nav Raider. So let's see where he moves to. He's got no shots because he's out of blue, I believe. So he's going to go way wide and try to get out of that super weapon arc.
Stay on the table. Easily done.
Easily.
Plenty of room.
Yep, easily he will stay on the
Damage
table.
cards. I think the reason those damage cards were moved, because if you are on the side of the table like that and you land on one of those damage cards, then you get to take them off that ship, put them on yours, right? That's how that works.
That would be an interesting rule. I would definitely be putting all my damage cards on the mat then. All right, so here is the move for the Raider. It's going to stay wide. It's going to try to stay out of the front.
Yep.
And shoot around.
But we kind of foresaw this happening.
Yeah, we did. I don't know if I foresaw this type of an arrangement, though. I mean, that's really wide. I mean, those Raiders are super maneuverable. I didn't think maybe he would go so far to the right, because if that Onager is somehow unable to complete a shot, well, no, I take that back. You know what? The Rogue Bombers are going to come in and take that Onager out in a couple rounds, is my guess. They're going to be able to chew through whatever is holding them down, Valen or Sienna.
Oz. Okay. This is why you never go through the drive-through.
Yeah. We can't swear on the stream, can we? That's a
we
shame.
are a family-friendly one,
Yeah.
so that's as far as I'm going to go
So
with
we can't do any Joe Pesci quotes, really.
Not really. There's a highly limited number that we're going to.
That's right.
Mark Hamill's brother's former roommate.
Okay.
You are my father's brother's
Yes.
cousin's nephew's former roommate.
Which makes you nothing at all.
See, we can have fun here on Ion Radio.
That's right. We can have the Spaceballs reference. All right. Still looking careful. All right, the Raider. There's the Raider. All right. So it's gonna take a shot or two. Is he in medium? Oh, he's in medium. Oh no, he did not want to be in medium.
No.
I think he kicked in a little too far with that turn. If he could have stayed straighter, I think he would have been out of medium. But this is going to be a little rough.
I think you're right.
So, the Raiders got some issues here. We'll see what happens.
Squadron on the Gazanti.
Squadron on the Gazanti.
He's waiting for.
Yep. So, let's see what happens here. Valen into Hondo, trying to get the points for Hondo. Got him. There goes Hondo. Hondo is now friend to morticians. All right, Sienna is
coming in,
going into the fire sprays.
Can she take a few out?
Well, I think Hondo was locking her down, so now she's moving in to try to lock down those bombers. You know what? It might work for this round, but okay, into the fire sprays. Oh, that's a good shot.
2, 3. And that one's deleted.
Gets him. Wow. Okay. Yep. Are we seeing some flak here? Are we seeing some flak, Garrett? Flak out the back. Okay. One at Mahler. Scattered it
away.
All right,
And
there's
next
another one.
One.
All right. Looks like there's going to be a
Onager or side shot into the Onager. Is
okay.
that what it is?
I don't know. I don't know what this. Who shot the Onager, Garrett? With Ramadi obstructed. That's why I got it. Side shot. Okay. He's redirecting it. Okay, he's going to let him redirect.
There
Yep.
we go.
Sportsmanship as always. Make a quick change of mind before the next action.
Definitely. Here we go. Looking at the next movement.
And now let's see where the movement goes.
We're about to get some super shots here in just a second.
Yep, for sure. And the real question is, on the squad phase, are those bombers, are the fire sprays going to be able to delete the people locking them down?
Okay,
all right,
here we
here's
go.
the Onager.
Onager
Confire.
Real Veer's ready to see what he can do. What is
Yep.
Sebastian going to wind up rolling? We're checking arcs.
So does he confire on the Raider?
He's got a front shot, but he does not have an ignition shot.
No ignition shot?
Doesn't look like it from my angle.
Is there no ignition shot? No ignition shot. Okay, very interesting. Okay, so he's taking the token. All right. Yep. No ignition shot. No ignition shot. He's going to turn in. Oh. Boy. Ooh, spicy.
Yes,
Yep.
Onagers can
Didn't want this-
fire every turn. They do not need a
Right.
confire.
Yep.
Here's our shot. This is
Here we go.
Onager into Onager nav
All right.
command. We're gonna bring
Yeah.
this one
Ooh.
big up for
Here.
us to see.
Yep, big up for this roll. Here's the weapon shot. Right into it. Let's see what happens. Oh my goodness! Look at the doubles. Oh. Oh.
4, 6, 8 damage.
Yep, and their sensor team for
Sending
the
that with sensor
accuracy.
team.
That's 8 crit enabled. Oh my goodness
what
gracious!
is
Oh wait,
the
he's
crit?
first crit. Compartment fire. Not
Can't
great.
get rid of-
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He is hanging on by a thread. A ram would do it.
Yeah, well, you need 10.
He's got
But he's
9
got
cards.
9 cards now.
9
So,
cards.
yeah.
The ram is going to kill him. All right, so let's see what happens with the Raider. We're going to have a side shot.
Can he take the Raider?
Man, I don't know. This is going to be tough. It doesn't look obstructed. I think he's checking. Checking it. No, it's not. It's not going to be obstructed. He's trying to get to the side where it's medium range. Okay, medium range. So those evades don't throw things. Sebastian, a little nervous look on his face. Let's see what happens here. Side shot. Accuracy hit.
1 hit. Don't think he's going to take the Raider here.
He could veteran gunners it.
Could.
He could veteran gunners. Let's see what he does. I don't know what he has on gunnery, Chief. Intel the evade and accuracy the other evade. He's taking the damage.
Taking
Okay,
damage
he's
on the
taking that
shield.
damage. Okay. All right. So he kept it, and let's see what happens here. Moving forward.
We're on our
this is
feet
going to be
here.
ooh, just the carnage. I mean, just everybody's destroying everything right here.
Really has.
Yep. All right.
Paying attention to this movement here.
Yep. He's going to ram. Yep, he's going to ram him.
It's going to be
He's
close.
just looking at the angles here. I think he's trying to angle himself so that he can get some flak in, and that's pretty smart.
He also wants to probably avoid that asteroid as well.
Also, avoiding the asteroid is very helpful. Yeah, face up would be pretty bad right about now.
They're taking a while. They want to make sure that this move is done perfect.
This is an important move. Yeah, because if he does go slow and swings his back end out, he's got another rock he's flirting with back there. Man, there are not a lot of great decisions here.
Jason's sitting here.
So what's he
looking
doing?
carefully.
Let's see. Yep, we're round 4. They're deciding.
Still thinking on where he wants to move. This is critical for the next turn.
Yep.
Don't really have a good angle on this.
Okay.
Really looking at these measurements, thinking twice.
Sorry, there's not a lot of banter. I think we went quiet a little bit because I think we're both with bated breath watching where he's putting this movement tool to see where he's going to end up after this ram.
Garrett sitting here courtside,
yep,
also just like
he's
we're
all
all
smiling.
so intently watching.
Some
what
of the
this
looks
move is
that
going
Garrett,
to be.
some of the looks he's giving us is, oh my gosh, is any of this a good decision?
Crowd standing around is doing the exact same thing.
Yep.
And I think they're actually going
to
make
do a thing
movement here now. Everyone is on their feet.
Yep. All right. So it's a ram and a bounce back.
A ram and a bounce back, I think.
Ram and a bounce back, and that's going to be it for the Rainbow Onager. Am I wrong? Did he go down to 1? Did he not ram?
That's a good question.
Did he not ram?
He did. We're finding out, folks. Stand
Garrett,
by.
was there no ram? we're still waiting. Okay, they did ram. Okay, they did ram. Okay, they did ram. All right. Nope. I think there's a question on if you have to put down the ignition token. You do not have to put down the ignition token.
Well, hang on. That is a judge call.
It is a judge call, but you have the choice, from what I know of the onager play, is that you have a decision to put down after you move. After your move, you put down the ignition token. You can choose not to, and then use your front arc. But if you put down the ignition token, that must be the first shot you take.
So the ignition token apparently they're saying has to go down first? Is that what the judge is saying?
I don't
or
believe
maybe
so.
Make a decision?
Yep, I believe he has to make a decision on if he's putting the ignition token down. All right, let's see. There's still some debate on what's happening here. No ram? What's it? We're gonna ask Garrett for. I'm going to ask Garrett for a quick confirmation. How many cards are on the Rainbow Onager? Did he not take one from the ram? That was our question. 9 total? Okay, so it was 8 before the ram. Okay, we thought it was 9. Can't. All right, so I guess it was 8 before, so he's on wall hole left with the ram.
We had bad information. That intern has now been sacked. But that was also a llama that we...
Sorry. Yeah, okay. Lot to keep track of here. Sorry, everybody.
We're now using Kowakian monkey lizards.
All right. Well, that's big. That gives Sebastian an opportunity to really do some damage to... Okay. All right, so Tel Travera is going into a fire spray. All right. Okay, nothing. All right. Looks like there's some squads moving on out. There goes the Lambda.
Yep.
Yeah, Lambda not great in a firefight. Here's another fire spray, making a shot. One on Tel Travera. 1 health left for Tel. Phelan, got the accuracy, so there's one. Has to take it. Let's see what else is happening here.
They are intense in this.
Yeah, they really are. You know, there's a lot of watching what's happening. There's a lot of looking at what's... All right, round 5. Going to round 5. All right. For all the marbles, I think turn 5 is going to be more ship deletion. I think that Jared Gerard might be the only one to get away from this.
Might be right. In the Raider.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
So they're going to go into round 5.
Yep. They're setting dials. All right.
Gone through the status phase.
All done?
Pretty sure I know
I think Onager
here.
Rainbow's got to activate first. Let's see what happens. And what is the dial on the Onager, Garrett? Oh, the Raider first. Oh, man. All right. Raider first.
And just getting away.
Point preservation. All right. Not making the same mistake twice. He's skirting the side. Okay. All right. So, here we go. All right. So, careful measurement. Looks like the Raider is out of medium, thank goodness. Very intense match. So, Here we go. Navigate on the onager. All right. All right. Flacking Mauler. Let's see what happens with the flack.
All right, our special guest is now here. He is waiting for this game to be over because we have some real potent shots here.
Oh.
But
Blank die on the flack.
I think you guys are going to enjoy our special guest.
I couldn't agree more.
So I will.
Hit.
There's another hit.
Scatter. All right. I think we're. All right. Front to the onager.
Let's bring this up.
And
I want to
this is
see
not a
this
super weapon shot.
all its glory.
Oh man!
Look at this.
That 6 damage is enough. That's enough. I mean, look
There.
at 2 doubles. I mean,
Yeah.
ouch. And there it goes.
Onager taken off the table.
And an onager.
We had one of each.
Yes. For lunch, they're going to have tomatoes and tomatoes, potatoes and potatoes.
Let's call the whole thing off.
That's right. That's right. All right. So there he goes. Oh, he's swinging in. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Coming around, and this is predominantly just going to be squadrons left.
Well, he's
some
flirting
rope.
with that rock. Did he get the asteroid?
I think he missed it.
He's clear? Okay. Oh, man, that is close, though. Look. By millimeters. This is a game of millimeters, you know?
This particular one is most definitely, and
Yep.
we're, it's.
All right.
It's-
He's engine teching. Okay.
Yes.
Engine tech. Oh, he's going toward that station. All right. And there he is. Now, the question is, can those fire sprays get clear of Jason's squads? Squadron on the Gazanti? Jason carefully considering what squads he's going to activate here and what's in range. Gathering some dice. This is it? That's got to be Tell. Nope, it's not Tell. Who's attacking who, Garrett? Sienna into the fire spray. Okay. Tell Travera making his attacks. Yep. Going to the same fire spray, concentrating their firepower. Another one. Oh, man. Seeing this squad play is really rough. That fire spray has 1 hull left. All right, let's see. All right, let's see what happens here. All right, trying to kill Tell. Kill Tell. All right, they got Tell Travera. That's 17 points. I mean, nothing to sneeze at. Killing these aces is going to be key points. Mauler into Valen. That looks like 1. No scatter. Yep. Oh, could swarm reroll, but nope. Okay. All right, there's a Lambda there that's activating and moving off. Sir not appearing in this picture. Sienna Ree. All right. No scatter. She's taking 1. Counter for 1. All right. Oh, this Jason's squad ball is really saving his onager right now. And there's another hit. Scatter. And back. Nothing. All right.
Speed at which these champions are now playing.
Yep. We're trying to keep up.
Incredible.
Yep. Trying to keep up. But here comes some more. All right. There's 2.
Decision being
They're
made.
attacking Sienna, so that's why they're only rolling those 2 dice. She's taking it. All right.
Counter.
Counter. 1. All right. Yeah, all these fire sprays are really going after Sienna Ree, and 2 blue dice from 3. she's on 1 health, but man, she has taken some shots.
Okay, we're going to go right
round six.
This
Going
is
right
the
into
end
it.
of the game
All right,
right
this
here.
should be quick. Only 2 ships on the table, and then the squads, and we'll see what happens. Garrett, quick update. How many hull on the Onager left? 8 hull points left. So it's going to be really rough. They got to break free of that squad ball. Man, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough.
Agree. So, all right, first activation is Corvus. It's getting out of the way. This is 100% coming down to what these squadrons can do.
It'll be what squads can eliminate what. Man, really, Onager Conflict, flacking out at the fire sprays. I credit to Jason and his squad ball covering.
One taken out.
Yep, one taken out. Covering his butt to keep his Onager alive. He didn't have as many squadrons, right?
Right.
Obviously, 5 fire sprays. They're generic, no tokens, but Hondo and Mauler, scatter aces, and then Jason's squad ball is a Lambda, Valentel, and Sienna. So
Against
4 on 7. And they're holding them off.
2 hits, I believe.
Yep, no tokens to mitigate that.
Okay, this is the last ship movement. Now there's a Gazanti as well.
All right. Now, the Raider, there was a question in the chat of if the Raider was in bad shape. The Raider had taken a little bit of damage, but nothing too dangerous. No cards. He took the damage on shields. He was in most danger when he accidentally, well, not accidentally, he was just trying to stay at long range, but was in medium of the side. So there was a chance.
Gazanti moving off to the side. And now our few remaining squadrons left. This is going to tie up the game.
Mauler. Oh.
There's
all
our
right,
celebratory
there's the handshake.
And that is game
that's
called.
Great.
So we will be back with the scores for just a minute. But, Adrian, that was an incredible game.
Man.
And that's definitely hats off and applause to both our competitors here. The level of sportsmanship that was shown and the way these players interacted with themselves, the game, the level of intensity and concentration that was needed during this was just an insane amount. And I have to say that this was definitely an outstanding game and a great one for people to watch.
Couldn't agree more. It's everything you want to see. And as an Imperial fan, it's everything you want to see. It's all the dice being rolled.
Yes.
It's lots of carnage. It's good strategy. And it's a little bit of squad play, too, that I really like. But, yeah, this was absolutely just all the super weapons firing at all the ships all the time. Yeah, quite good.
Yeah.
Super excited about that matchup.
This is great stuff, and I am so incredibly happy that we got the opportunity to see this happen on stream. Because let's be honest, how often do we get to see this kind of a battle with this level of just all the onagers, the dice rolled, everything. It's been it's something different. That much is for certain.
Absolutely. Well, as we get the final totals here and do the paperwork, they're going to fill out their cards, and then we're going to have a break for lunch. But yeah.
We will have a break for lunch. But before we go to lunch, we have a special guest that is going to jump on stream.
Shall I grab the special guest?
So, yes, Adrian's going to go grab the special guest, and I'm not going to move to that screen yet until said special guest has arrived. He's just coming in over the fence here.
Hey, everybody.
Do the score.
I'm just going to report the score real fast from the game. With the most wanted, we got Real Veers got 228, and Jason scored 320, and it's about a 98 difference. So, but we got the special guest coming in, so I'm going to hop off real fast. Bye, everybody.
All right, guys, that was Garrett giving the real quick score. And, again, this was a game that we weren't expecting. That was fun, and this is Armada at its finest. but I have been promising you guys a special guest to come on in. And
hello.
Here we go. Everyone, Will Schick has joined us in the Ion Radio booth. Thank you very much.
I've been with you for a while. I was watching the nail-biting conclusion to what just happened in that last round.
Wasn't this a great game, though? At least from the end.
I mean, I came in at like 1, so what, 30 minutes ago or something?
Give or take.
And
right as the best action started.
And so I was trying to get caught up on all the action that had happened, but the thing that I don't know that people at home could see as well, but I could watch the whole time, I read the story through the players' faces.
Yes.
Like literally every time they had to reach for dice, you saw consternation, concern, and then they would roll the dice, and there would be a moment of serenity, and then you would know whether the dice, like, because I can't see the dice from, of course, across the stanchions,
right.
But I knew exactly what the results were based on serenity, and then you just knew. And it was like, I've read the dice, and you were like, okay, well, that worked or it didn't work.
Right. And actually, that's one of the things that we like seeing from here, because we get the player's view looking right into that dice tray.
Yeah.
And we're standing up watching exactly what's happening. Every once in a while, they have a great roll, and they see us with that facial expression like, wow. And here they are. We've gotten a couple chuckles from the players as well, getting a kick out of what we're doing. But welcome to Chicago. And here at AdeptiCon, you guys have a lot that's going on at Atomic Mass Games. You're definitely probably very busy.
We try to stay busy at Atomic Mass, like we're apparently those people that just can't sit still for too long, or we get really antsy, so we got to go out and do stuff. No, it's been amazing to be here, and actually, as I've been working in the industry for 14, almost 15 years now, and like this is actually my first AdeptiCon.
Really?
Yeah,
well,
my show schedule was always such stacked in such a way that there were a lot of trade shows and like other business style shows kind of happen around at this time as well. And so I had to pick one where I could be home and do laundry. And so this was the one that I never wound up going to because I had so much other stuff around it. So it was really cool to get to come here this year and have it be my first, and it's been a glorious experience. It's been wonderful.
Outstanding. So I know that you came by. We had a couple things we wanted to chat about. I got a couple questions for you. So, of course, this is Star Wars Armada that we have. But when you're looking to create some new content, especially to an existing game like Star Wars Armada, and you guys did it at Atomic Mass Games with Rapid Reinforcements 1, what is the creative process you kind of follow when you want to achieve that new and the quality end results for that?
So, I mean, no matter what you're doing when you're creating things, there's a lot of facets that go into it. There's the part where you see an opportunity to kind of like add something to the game or to create a new game in a space, right? Depending on what you're doing. But when looking at like an existing game, I think it becomes really difficult because you have a finite design space.
Right. And
most of the time, really, like games like Armada, Legion, X-Wing, those lifestyle kind of style games, those miniatures games where they have a really big sandbox to play in, but eventually you're going to kind of hit the edges of the sandbox. So one of the first things that we always like to do is we try to look at player data, different event stuff. We try to keep a finger on kind of what the community is doing, how the different factions are doing, because the most important part of any new thing you add is that it has to add value. Right? The last thing that you want to do is just start making things to make things, because there's this weird dichotomy or tension in basically our communities, like all of our communities, where there's this sense of like the game is perfect and we want it to stay in stasis.
Right.
But the game is never perfect because we always want it to grow. Right? And so you really want to balance and be good stewards of those two kind of polar opposites by making sure that you're not just throwing stuff out to give people stuff, because eventually it starts to be meaningless and people stop caring. And the last thing you want is to create something or add something to the game that people don't get excited about, that they don't get passionate about. You want that value to be there. And so it's really an analysis of, okay, where can we make the most impact? And then once you've identified that spot, the hard work really starts, because you then have to start going, okay, if we make that impact, then what's going to happen next?
Right.
Like, what's the cascading effect? And we're really lucky in that we have a lot of really smart minds, both in the studio and within the playtesting program, and we're able to bounce kind of ideas off. And that's really where the true process of rules development and creation comes from, is starting with a design, and that's primarily my goal, or my role in a lot of the studio stuff is to come up with a design or an intent. And sometimes that design can be very specific because I have a really good, clear intention of like what I think we need to go where to next, as kind of the leader of the vision for the product. Sometimes it's in conversations with people who come up with ideas. Like, for example, rapid reinforcements, the first one was actually an idea brought to us by our lead graphic designer, Ryan Ritter. And it was from conversations that he had had previously while he had been working on the different games. And this idea of, can we take what exists in Armada, because we know through the continuity in the canon and the story of Star Wars that some of these things did cross over and they were used in various places. Wouldn't it be cool and kind of fun if we took those and we opened up those opportunities to different factions? And one of the really great things about it was, you know, it allowed us to make a value impact quite quickly that circumvented a lot of the normal manufacturing timelines. Like, it's one of those things that you always look at is, you know, we're working 26 months ahead in a lot of cases. When you're talking about, you know, gorgeous pre-painted mass-produced ships like an Armada, that timeline can be even longer. So how do you balance the desire to keep the game invigorated and fresh? Where do you go with that? And those ideas can come from anywhere. Then once you have the idea, right, and it was like, this seems really great, I think this is something we can execute. At that point, we started diving into like, okay, you know, with rapid reinforcements, we had a foundation. We knew what the ships kind of did. We knew what those things we wanted to port over, what their function was. But it was like, okay, well, what makes them interesting in that other faction? Like, what can we do to kind of like give them a little twist or give them that little chipotle in the mayo, right? And so those conversations were really benefited by open communication with the playtesters and bringing them in on the vision and kind of like going through iterative processes. But in the end, like, it's always the same. It's always a question of, you know, you have to balance what the game needs, what the community desires, and then honestly what's going to make for the healthiest game the longest term. And part of that is, you know, when you're talking about something that's not necessarily like a rapid reinforcements, but a new expansion pack,
Right.
You know, what kind of value is that bringing at all levels of the chain, right? Because as much as I love what I do, and I probably would do it for free, my wife wouldn't let me. And I have, you know, we have an entire studio who's dependent on, you know, the studio being successful, which obviously means the business side has to be successful.
Right.
And it's figuring out how to match all of those things in kind of perfect harmony and yin and yang, which can be difficult at times, but ultimately rewarding when you get there. So that's my long-winded answer to what you probably thought was going to be a very short question. And I feel like I have more to say, but I know we only have a limited amount of time, so I'll stop it here because you've got a lot of questions left.
That's totally fair. So now you mentioned that this is what you did with your first rapid reinforcements.
Yep.
So it sounds like that seems to indicate that there might be the possibility or an open door to do more.
100%. We wouldn't have put a 1 after it if it hadn't been a 2. And I will give you the spoiler that, yes.
We love spoilers.
Rapid Reinforcements is coming, and it will be coming. We're currently targeting it for like late spring, early summer.
Of this year.
We're putting the finishing touches on it. This one's going to be a little different. It's a little smaller in scope, but it does bring, I think, some exciting stuff to it. We're fortunate to work with our playtesters really closely and identify, I think, some key needs and some exciting things to it. And so I'm really interested to see what the community feels about it and how much they like it. I think we've done a good job, but as always, the internet will tell me, and then I will go into my self-flagellation closet, and I will give myself the lashes that I'm required.
What I could tell you guys about rapid reinforcements, well, first of all, let me address the first thing. When we do something wrong on the internet, we hear about it also.
Everyone does.
So I totally understand that.
That's literally the only reason the internet exists. It's just to let you know what you've done wrong.
Exactly. Although occasionally you get a few people that say you're doing something right.
That's true. And I'm being facetious here. I'm absolutely generalizing. The truth of the matter is that I've been really amazed with all of the communities and how understanding and welcoming they've been since we've taken on these amazing games. And honestly, most of the criticism is very well grounded, and we do absorb it, even if we don't respond to it, and it does help kind of like identify where we might be failing or not. But I think, you know, when you're in a very creative and a passion-driven industry like ours is, the harsh criticism lands heavier than any kind of praise, because the last thing, and this kind of goes back to when you create something new for a game or anything, the last thing I ever want to do is and anyone in the studio wants to do is turn over something that like doesn't bring joy to someone, because that's literally what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring fun and enjoyment. And so when you fail at that, it hits you right here in the heart, and you're just like, oh, and then you have to like, you really got to like, work through it.
And then to be able to produce that next
it's a
time.
whole dark night of the soul moment, and it happens so often because no matter how hard I try, we can never make everybody happy all the time.
No, I think that's an impossibility. But if you can make most people happy,
that's
really a
and
good
that's
goal.
the goal. It's a percentage game,
Right.
but I still want to get the last percent. I want to eke out a perfect game just once, a no-hitter just once, please.
Well, I know when Rapid Reinforcements 1 came out, there was a lot of people really happy about that. And it definitely invigorated the Armada community. So I know just based on this interview alone, there's going to be a lot of chat on the Discords and everything else begging for spoilers. I'm looking at the chat now. I'm going to completely ignore it, folks. I appreciate that. I do have a few more questions I want to talk to Will about instead. So this kind of goes a little bit into what you were already saying. But I'm going to ask the question because it slightly changes what I'm looking for. So when you're looking at changing previously designed assets, it's got to be frustrating for rules consistency, packaging, and especially due to Armada's overly complex competitive and organized play scenes. There seems to be a need for some adjustment, whether it's on based on like some of the meta builds we have here at AdeptiCon and Worlds, and just general community discussions that we see in online forums. So what are some of the core areas and methodologies that you would use as a game developer to really look at and leverage and address some of these balance issues? And maybe this is via things like rapid reinforcements.
Yeah, so you can, I mean, it's an interesting question. I always like to give kind of the gardening analogy, right? Like one of the really, I think fun, but also terrifying things about what we get to do in miniatures game design is we create a thing and we spend, several cycles of playtesting, testing it. We spend a lot of internal effort playtesting it. We do all of the artwork. We do all the visual designs. We make it as perfect as we think we can. And then we release the thing. And at that point, it's kind of like planting a seed in the garden, right? You think you know how that plant is going to grow. You've seen the picture of it, and it grew this way. And then as the players get their hands on it, as they start to innovate and really understand it, like any living thing, it grows and it twists in different ways that you didn't expect. And a lot of the times, that's the beauty of it. It's the fact that you thought it would do one thing, but it wound up doing something slightly different. However, just like a garden, just like any kind of living ecosystem, there are dangers in that some things can grow out of bounds. They can become too overgrown. They can turn out to be weeds, and so it's our job, again, to go and intend those things. But as any good gardeners knows, or any bonsai folk, or anyone who's seen the joke like bonsai thing on all of the comedy shows knows, is they're clipping away. If you go too hard, you wind up with a dead thing. Right? The garden falls apart and you have to start over again. So I mention all that because the methodology is really it's small incremental steps, and sometimes it is best to leave a thing to watch its natural progression longer than it is to immediately go in and snip it.
Sure.
Because there are times where something like Rapid Reinforcements 2 might address an issue, because you can refresh the game state. You can take something that is underperforming and make it perform better by adding a synergistic component to it with something new. You can address something that has no answer by giving an answer to it, and then all of a sudden, like, now it's more of a dialogue, and that's what you really want out of all these games, right? You don't want to see a domineering meta list that it's only answers itself. You want to have different strategies and tactics, and you get more to that like rock, paper, scissors kind of feel, where you, with good play and skill, you can overcome certain things, but you do have to be prepared for, a couple of domineering forces or something that is at the top of the key. And so you have new things that you can do. You can also come in and use errata, and that's one of the things that we do utilize from time to time. And that's based a lot on, tournament data, on feedback from social media and watching the community chatters. It can be a trap because data like from AdeptiCon and these bigger events is so prevalent and so easy to use that it kind of is a siren's call to say, well, this is how the game is played. This is how people are acting. But it's, this is a slice of the pie. There's more to it. There's more conversations, and there are more metas that we just don't see as much. And so part of what the devs do a lot of is they try to dig in, right? They get it. They're lurkers in the discords. They go onto Reddit. They go onto all these different places where the community originates. And we do talk to retailers, and we get feedback back from them as well as their local events. And you kind of take all of the data you can possibly find, and you begin to look for, repetition. You begin to look for causality and correlations and all that good stuff. It's like, it's like that meme with all of the strings. And then they're like, and that's why this needs to be 2 points more, right? But again, it really comes down to, I think there can be a sense that when something feels too strong or something feels oppressive, that the immediate snap is to chop it down, right? Get rid of it. But we all understand that no matter what's at the top level, there's always going to be a next thing. There's always going to be a next thing. Mm-hmm. And the goal of these games, what makes these games so beautiful and interesting, and I think this, I'm giving you another long-winded answer because I can't stop talking. It's Saturday, and I apologize. But where this comes back to is the idea that what makes these games so fun and interesting, and what causes people to gravitate towards them and spend all this time trying to develop skills in order to compete in whatever way they want as possible, is that they're not perfectly balanced. Because if they were perfectly balanced, every single thing would have the exact same profile, it would do the exact same thing. But what makes the challenge and the skill interesting is the fact that they are imperfectly balanced. And that means that, if you imagine your little cosine wave or whatever. It's been a long time since calculus, so I don't know if this is the cosine or it's the tangent or the arctangent. It doesn't matter. You have your wave, right? I'm not a mathematician, people. I hired people for that. So basically, you have, if this is your balance curve, right? You have things that are at the bottom. There always will be. There always be less efficient. And you have things that are at the top. And your goal, and then you have everything in the middle, right? And your goal is to make that curve do this. Mm-hmm. But these ends will never touch, right? And so it becomes a question of this thing is overperforming. Is it overperforming in a way that pushes the curve in a way we don't want? Or is it within the bounds of the curve, right? And that becomes, so it's little adjustments if you can do it. And then obviously if you make a mistake, and I'll be the first to admit we make mistakes. We are human beings, and we are doing everything we can to be as perfect as possible. But there are so many interactions, and there's so many different variables, and people out there are just too damn smart, and they can figure out where we've fallen down, right? And find, some galaxy brain's going to find that combination that 7 months of testing all the time never found, and they're going to be like, well, if you just do this, it totally wins the game. And you'd be like, and you again, flagellation closet, you take your licks and you come out and you say, okay, well, this is gone, right? But that's an extreme case, and one of the things that I'm most proud of throughout all of my time working on games like this is that I can count on my 10 fingies how many times we've really had to come in and immediately address an issue that we just totally missed. There have definitely been times where we've watched a thing and we've seen how it develops, because a lot of times, again, you want to let players innovate. So even when a player finds an interaction or something that is very, very powerful, there's another galaxy brain out there, or there's going to be another think tank of players that's going to be like, how do we deal with this? And they're going to go find something obscure or something that's innovative, and they're going to say, well, this is how you deal with it. And that's wonderful, because again, remember we talked about how do you create new content? Well, you hope to find things that bring some things out of, that messes with the curve, right? Mm-hmm. Everything stays on the curve, but where it is on the curve can move. And as long as it's moving, the game is healthy and great. And you can adjust points, and you can change rules, and you can do interactions and stuff. But again, I think all of that stuff, it's little steps, unless something major needs to happen. And to be fair, sometimes you get to a point where it's just this plant is choking everything else out. Mm-hmm. And as much as you hate to do it, sometimes you just got to rip it up. And that's painful because, players get invested in their collections and how certain things play. And, again, we're always within that tension of the game is perfect as it is, but I want more things in the game. I want the game to change. And I think that's kind of where second editions and new editions that we see happen in many other games can occur, right? Where it's another tool for banned lists, restricted lists, when a game gets really big, but it's not necessarily needing a second edition, or you don't want to do an edition, you can do standard and extended. Breaking things into more buckets is another way to do that, to create a space where the garden can grow and flourish. and maybe lessen some of the pain on players who love something or want to see that thing remain in the game. So, yeah, we're like so far into philosophy, and I'm not drunk enough.
So, take a look at this. One of the best parts of all our tabletop games, when you're looking at all the ones here that you make here with Atomic Mass Games. But we're going to focus specifically on Armada. But the number of people that pass by these tables and they watch, and from the perspective of miniature design and how you get all these different people that are standing around here now, because all these miniatures, including the starships, are living works of art.
Yeah.
And how do you really, from the perspective of that design, what goes into creating them to make them into that component part, so that people that are standing around look at the table with their eyes open? And you even got to do a little bit of that.
I did. I watched some fantastic starships fighting each other on a nice little space mat. Yeah. So like obviously with Armada, we were kind of gifted all of that work, right? But when it comes to just general miniatures design and talking about like why these things are so impressive, I have no scientific data for this, but I'm also talking on the internet. So as far as we're concerned here, this is 100% truth, and it's irrefutable. Humankind has this funny little thing where we are fascinated by things in miniature scale. I don't know if it's because we descended from a race of giants and then we shrunk, and we yearn in our deep DNA to go back to that time where we were the largest things ever and we dealt with smaller things. But I've been in miniatures games for 30 years of my life. I've been in the industry for like 14 now. I've gone to so many shows. Granted, this is my first AdeptiCon, so I take a strike there. But still, internet, full truth. The amount of shows that I've gone to, even shows like San Diego Comic-Con and places where there is not a miniatures gaming audience, and they've walked by a display case and they've seen the miniatures and they've immediately stopped and they've oohed and they've awed and they've taken pictures and they'd be like, I can't believe, like there's something innately in us that just says we love to take our gigantic world and put it into a scale that we can control, that we can really like domineer over. And it goes back to like even go to museums, right? The best things in museums, again, internet, 100% truth. You can't argue with me on this because I'm factually correct. Is when you go see the dioramas, right? Like here's ancient Egypt, and you've got like all the little guys, and the pyramids are being built, and the city of Giza's over here, and you spend hours just looking at it, and you marvel over it, and you see and I think I'm gonna get really emotional here, but I think like that's what these games do, and they do it by letting us be a part of the world that they were in. So bringing it back to the technical questions before I start to weep on camera, because I'm just overwhelmed and I'm not drunk enough to be having this conversation. Like, our job as miniature creators and artists is to go, okay, how do we take this big thing and shrink it? And what are the important elements to it? And when you're talking about things that are mechanical and straight line like ships, that can be pretty easy because you just simply have to make sure everything's in proportion. And there's questions about like, okay, well, do you want to be able to see the turbo lasers? Do we bump those up? Because technically at scale they probably wouldn't be seen. Right. Do you want to have the windows kind of like with the glows and like, so you make artistic choices to make the visual impact, to make the overall canvas more exciting. When it comes to doing things like characters and humans, there's a lot of cheating that happens because the eye can only see so much. And at that scale, you can only register so many things. And especially when you think like scale-wise, you're always looking at it from arms away, whether it's an Armada ship or a Legion mini or whatever. So there are many tricks and techniques, much like magicians. We're a bit of illusionists, where you make the head slightly bigger, you make the eyes in a way. Like if you blow up a miniature to full scale, it's the most horrifying creation. Like it's straight out of a Lovecraftian novel. You're like, this thing should not be allowed to live because the proportions are all wrong. But when you shrink it down, your eye reads it properly. And so our engineers, our sculptors, led by Dallas and Marco, who are both at the top of the creative ladder, they're the ones like working on that and finding those things and making it so that when you look at it at scale, it looks correct and it looks awe-inspiring and it makes you go, I want to know more about this, right? But in the end, I think we get to cheat because I've yet to meet the person who has seen a small something. I mean, there's YouTube videos where people cook tiny meals, right? Right there, my case is made for me. Like, I'm going to make a fingernail full of scrambled eggs and bacon, and people just watch it, and they're like, this is amazing. It's like, technically it's amazing. I don't know how you cook that small. I cook a lot. I could not do that. But, so there you go.
I don't know how they do that, but now I want some eggs and bacon. So, I mean, well, thanks a lot. So one final question before we go, because the Summa of all kits, OP, came out a few months ago, and it's being played out here. People are loving it.
Yeah.
It's an outstanding product. And what concepts and ideas do you guys have at Atomic Mass Games to continue to promote the vitality of our community? Because, you know, we're talking about that with future organized play kits for Star Wars Armada.
Yeah, so obviously, I mean, I think, you know, the easiest answer here is just tournament support, you know, the competitive side of things. Those obviously are very easy. It's like, it's not hard to get people to come together to play the base game by saying, hey, if you come play this game, you're going to get all these cool prizes. And one of the big things that we want to do to increase that and kind of like bring more people in is you'll see throughout, and we've talked about this a lot as well, but as the new kits start coming out, as the new Armada store kit comes out, you know, we put a big emphasis on making sure that all the, like, most of the rewards are at the bottom end, not at the top. And so, like, because taking first place, that's reward in and of itself. Like, you don't need to throw all of the gold and all of the like fancy stuff on the winner. They've won. Instead, what we want to really support and reward are people just coming in and playing. And that's regardless of skill level, as long as you're having fun and everyone else is having fun. Like, that's the lifeblood of these games. It's the lifeblood of Armada and everything else. The second part to that, which is where the Summa All Things kind of comes in, is that one of the things we're always looking for is how do we enhance players' value, right? We talked about value in the first place, in that first question, so I can bring it kind of back around. And alternate game modes, new scenarios that are kind of more narrative or one-offs, are really places where we as a studio can have the most impact. And so it's really fun to go in and say, okay, well, how do we take the base game experience and tweak it in a way that's new and fresh and different? And that maybe opens up opportunities again for things that are at the bottom of the curve to shine, or that bring the top of the curve down, or make people think about how they're going to build their lists or deal with things differently. And so game modes are something that we really espouse, and we talk a lot about internally. They are the most design-intensive and development-intensive things we can do, but I think they're also the place where the studio shines because, you know, there's a lot of creative and passionate individuals in the communities of these games that will put in the work, and they will come up with this amazing like alternate scenario or campaign system or what have you, and their communities will get to enjoy that. But those ideas don't transmit as well because a lot of people, I think, get stuck in the idea that things have to be official, right? And well, I think that is true from a sense of like, if you want to grow and have your community be as healthy as possible, you need to have established the official like baseline of rules, and that's really where the rule book comes in. People shouldn't be afraid to have fun the way that they have fun, right? If consenting adults are having fun and no one's getting hurt, I'm all for it, right? Like, go crazy. But when we release something like Summa of All Things, not only do we have the network to be able to get it to all of the communities and provide that hopefully top end experience where we get all the punch, we get all the cards, we get all the product. We also have that, that kind of like legitimacy of it's official, right? People will still be like, is it balanced? That's subjective, but it is official. And so I think, the goal always is where do we find those exciting opportunities? And again, we go back to that initial question of, okay, we've identified an opportunity. Now, how do we get it in harmony with all of the other aspects that pull at it? Like, it seems like it's valuable. How does it fit within the game? How does it fit within the business? How do we pull those things together to make something that's going to be very successful and continue to go with our long-term plans?
Well, I know from here, the community behind us, we're really hoping that you can do really good, successful things for all the game lines you have, including the new one that is due out later this summer. But beyond that, I want to thank you very much for taking the time out of your schedule here to come onto the channel. And
I'm not the one who has an event to like stream and everything. I'm just wandering around. I get little notifications on my phone. And they're like, go here at this time. And I'm like, okay. Everyone thinks I'm in charge at shows, but my favorite part about shows, we're off book now, is I'm like middleman on the totem pole. So I have very few responsibilities except to show up and not say stupid things. And I can show up, but I often say stupid things. So, I got half right.
Well, I mean, 50%'s not too bad. I mean, it's like rolling a D6,
Yeah.
1 to 3, odd, even, whatever you want to do. You're, of course, welcome to stop by anytime.
Oh, thank you so much, sir.
But again, I want to do special thanks again to Will Schick and Atomic Mass Games for allowing us to be here to stream this for you. And we are going to end our stream here for the beginning of day 2 of Worlds. We will be back on air after lunch. We'll get notes out on all our socials for that. But on behalf of the entire Ion Radio crew, including Garrett, Adrian, John, and Ryan, I'm Ken, along with Will Schick, saying so long from the Renaissance Hotel Convention Center in Schaumburg. We'll see you later. You've been watching Ion Radio.